Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm going to call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities to order. As with every meeting, we acknowledge that we are on the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and very grateful for the opportunity to carry on our work here today. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robertson is not in the chamber. Councillor Louis.
He is. He's hiding.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer is in the chair. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Ball is on a medical leave. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. And Councillor DeGenova. You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, to get things started this morning, we do have a proclamation for Bullying Stops Here Pink Shirt Day to be presented by Mayor Robertson. Not that I am aware of, no.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great honor to be proclaiming this day, which as we look around the room and we see, is Pink Shirt Day. And I will read the proclamation first, just say a few words about the importance of this day. The City of Vancouver is absolutely committed to being an inclusive and respectful workplace. That's how we do business. That's how we work with each other here. And Respect Works Here campaign, which coincides with Pink Shirt Day, is to raise awareness of the importance of that respect in the workplace. So first and foremost here, as we do our work in council and at City Hall, and the work that we do and our interface with members of the community, that respect and inclusivity is absolutely at the core of what we do. Our attitudes and behaviors obviously have an important impact on our workplace relationships, on the quality of the work we do, the ability for us to collaborate, and the efforts that we make are daily to build a more inclusive and respectful workplace and environment here at the city. So we look beyond just the policies and procedures, though. We have those embedded and encoded in what we do as a city. It is really the personal responsibility of all of us to treat each other with dignity and respect. So it goes beyond the letter of the law, which and the practice that we have as an organization, as a city. The individual responsibility is really crucial here. So we encourage each other to be more respectful and to be compassionate with each other. It's really important that we call each other when we don't see that. And that's why Pink Shirt Day is so important, that we are ensuring that everyone, whatever walk of life we are, when we observe bullying, when we see ridicule or intimidation of any sort of harassment, that we speak up. First and foremost, when we witness that, we have to speak up. We need to intervene. We need to report that. We need to call it out. That's really crucial because so much of it is hidden away. There is so much that is lost in terms of change that can be made because people aren't speaking up about it. So Pink Shirt Day really comes to the fore when we make sure we're calling it when we see it. So that's all about looking out for each other and taking personal responsibility for this. And of course, as we practice as an organization in society, we have to make sure that we're applying that as well to the way we do our work and we do our business. So I will read the proclamation here. That's a little bit of the background. Whereas the City of Vancouver, together with elected officials, managers, supervisors, and unions, is committed to a safe, respectful, and inclusive workplace. The city policies define expectations for respectful, appropriate workplace behavior and processes for reporting and resolving incidents of bullying and harassment, including discrimination. And whereas Pink Shirt Day has evolved over the past years from grade 9 students supporting their fellow student against bullying in Berwick, Nova Scotia in 2007 to become an international campaign against bullying and harassment. And whereas the City of Vancouver staff is continuing with a citywide Respect Works Here campaign through anti-bullying activities at its various work sites, such as staff training and education, posters, buttons, and a staff video for 2017. And whereas bullying is a major problem in our workplaces, schools, homes, public spaces, and over the internet, reducing and eventually eliminating bullying is a priority of our city. It is important that we conduct ourselves and all our business respectfully, deliver equitable and inclusive services, and foster respectful workplaces and facilities throughout the city to create a safe and caring environment for all. Now therefore, I, Gregor Robertson, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 22nd, 2017 as Bullying Stops Here, Pink Shirt Day in the City of Vancouver. Thanks to everyone who helps make Pink Shirt Day such a big, important time in our calendar and spreads the word every way they can. Thanks all. Are we doing a team photo? We get to do it? Okay.
We're just going to have a brief wardrobe change here. Excellent. Okay, so we are on to the meeting business. Council, in light of the 19 points of order by a single councillor at the last committee meeting, I thought it might be helpful to review the rules in hopes that we can use better time today. Use our time better as well as everyone else's. So the rules, as you know, reside in the procedure bylaw and the Vancouver Charter. Where those documents are silent, we revert to Robert's Rules of Order. The role of the chair, that's me, is to make sure that we conduct the business on the agenda while ensuring there is both procedural fairness for everyone, staff, members of the public, members of council, and maintaining the integrity of the process such that it would hold up in a court of law. At the same time, the rules are meant to enable, not strangle. So I do work to facilitate your access to information such that you can cast a vote that is both informed and hopefully feels robust for you. So here are the baseline rules I expect us all to follow. First off, who is talking? A speaker needs to be recognized in order to, by the chair, sorry, not just on Twitter or somewhere else, by the chair in order to speak. If the chair is speaking, you are not speaking. Point of order. When raising a point of order, section, and this is very important because we haven't been adhering to the procedure bylaw as strictly as we should be. When raising a point of order, section 4.4 of the procedure bylaw states that you only state which procedural rule is being violated and no other information. It's not why you feel it's being violated or how you're feeling in the moment, but the actual rule that is being violated. I will rule on whether that rule has been violated. The only reason that you would speak again is to say 4 words, which are, I challenge the chair, should you decide that that's what you would like to do. There is no debate after that challenge. I clarify the challenge verbally. The motion on the floor is, shall the chair be sustained? And it requires a 2/3 majority to overrule the ruling of the chair. If points of order are being used to obstruct the business of the meeting, in my opinion, I will call a recess in hopes that that allows us to come back and use our time more wisely. Question, the procedure bylaw does require you simply state a question, which, unless you have not learned a lot about commas, shouldn't take longer than a few sentences and not very many dashes. For purposes of the meeting, meeting time, it's the clock on the wall that we're using. For purposes of speaking time, it's the one on the Crestron system on your screen. As you know, we need 6 councillors, people who are councillors or the mayor in the chamber at all time in order to have a quorum and continue the meeting. So if you have to leave and there are only 6 people in the room, please email me and I will try to figure out how to make that happen. I will call an extension at the least disruptive time possible, close to 12. If it's past 12 and neither myself nor the clerks, the 2 clerks, nor the city manager have noticed it, please do feel free to bring this procedural issue to our attention. And finally, you do not have to stand when you're speaking. In fact, you should not stand when you're speaking unless you need to stand throughout the meeting for medical reasons or because you feel like standing throughout the entire meeting. All clear? Excellent. Okay. Agenda items. We have one item with no staff presentations or speakers, and that is item number 3. Is there anyone who would like to hold item number 3? You could just speak up right now if you would. Okay. Okay. So that means we will keep item number 3 on the agenda. Any other changes to the agenda, Councillor Jang?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to vary the agenda, to move item number 4, Mayor's Task Force on Mental Health and Addictions, up to the second item after Kinder Morgan, please. I notice we have a number of speakers here today who are already here on for the Mental Health Task Force recommendations, and I don't want them to have to wait too long.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. So we have a motion on the floor to vary the agenda. Councillor DiGenova to the motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I've spoken to you actually in past and about varying the agenda to see if there would be will of council before I put a motion forward. And I was told that it might be unfair to the speakers who had signed up who thought that their item might be first up on the agenda today. So I disagree with this. I feel that the speakers list was posted quite early this morning. It's been out there in the lobby, and it's unfair to those who thought that they were speaking to the first item. So for that reason, I would like to keep the rules the same for every councillor and every motion and every item. So I will not be supporting the motion to vary the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Just so it's clear for everybody who didn't hear it properly, Councillor Jang's motion is to move it to the second item, which would be after the first item for which the speakers Councillor DiGenova was referencing are here to speak to. Councillor Louie to the motion on the floor.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you for clarifying what I heard. That in fact it is the second item. We're not displacing any speakers that had previously signed up this morning. Or rather, we're moving up and accommodating those speakers. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That is, as I understood, the motion.
Okay, I will be voting in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Louie. And Council, I didn't want to call a point of order on Councillor DiGenova because it would be awful to start the meeting that way, but just, I didn't cover it off in the rules. I know it's a bit of a pet peeve of some councillors. Putting the words in the mouths of other councillors seems to be the #1 reason points of orders get called in the chamber, so if everybody could refrain from that for the rest of the meeting, that would be great. Okay, so I'm going to move us to the vote. Councillor DiGenova, did you want to vote on this? Mayor Robertson? Okay. So we have 10 members of council in the chamber, 9 are in favor of hearing from the speakers earlier, 1 in opposition, Councillor DiGenova. So the motion passes, and we have a varied agenda. So for those following along, we will hear the first item, judicial review of provincial government's decision to approve Kinder Morgan's pipeline expansion project. Then we will move to what was item 4, now item 2. It has about 100 words in the title, so I'm not going to read it, but summarized, it is the Mayor's Task Force on Mental Health and Addictions. After that, we will have the Vancouver Public Library, followed by New City Wordmark. Okay. In recognition that the speakers who are here for the first item waited quite a number of hours in a snowstorm to speak to it a few weeks ago, I think what I'm going to do is move us straight to speakers. And if you have questions for staff, I would suggest you could email them to Mr. Johnson right as the meeting unfolds, and we will do questions to staff at the end. For speakers, you have a very short list of rules. You have 5 minutes. You don't have to use it all, but you're welcome to it. If council has questions for you after the fact, it'd be good if you waited at the podium for a second so I can figure out if there's questions for you. And the podium is right there. So I'm going to invite up Councillor Charlene Alec, who's here today on behalf of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation.
Haitsapka, CMNCIA. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Tsimtalak Kwanathsqui, Talitsan at Slewat al E Chiam, Haha Tamil. Haitsapka, CMNCI. Thank you so much for allowing me my 5 minutes to come and speak to you and share a little bit of just my personal position, but as well from my chief and council from Tsleil-Waututh Nation in coming to support the motion that is before Mayor and Council of the judicial review of the provincial decision to grant a permit for the Kinder Morgan pipeline project. We as well as a nation, as a council, elected council, but as well as a community have put forward a judicial review of the federal decision of approving this project and just seeing the risks and the issues that we as an Indigenous people of our traditional territory have wanted the governments to look at, and in their failing in doing so, want the legal system to take a look at that and how they have come to that decision. We really want to support the city that goes, walks forward with the First Nations that have traditional territories well within these lands and these waters. Tsleil-Waututh, meaning people of the inlet, have a really close bond, not only with the lands, but the water. The water is where our first grandmothers come from. And I just want to share this personal a little bit. I've got a photo of my daughter, Ocean, who in the first time over 100 years have harvested clams within our territory. And I feel a little bit shaking inside sharing this personal story with you because we've went to many lengths to clean up these clam beds and to be able to harvest something like that. Tsleil-Waututh people have had a saying where when the tide goes out, the table is set. And we've had a independent assessment to this project where scientists have proven almost 100% of our diet has come from the inlet. And that not just being convenient as a coastal First Nation and Indigenous to this territory, but to say that, that's a big part of who we are, of reaching back and picking up those ceremonies, picking up those traditions on how our ancestors used to be, and me being able to teach that to my daughter or my granddaughter is a way that is not just practicing our culture, but just really upholding the traditions of this land and having being able to do that is just something that's really dear, not only for myself, but being in an elected position, as you all are aware, people put you in that position to use your voice, to use your strengths that you have to move something like this forward. And I just really want to acknowledge what the federal government and what the provincial government couldn't do in a leadership way is to really uphold that voice for the people. And I just really want to commend and acknowledge the strength of the mayor and city of Vancouver in your leadership and what you have brought forward today, and commend Councillor Adrian Carr for putting this motion forward for a judicial review of the provincial government, because I really find that somebody really needs to hold the provincial government accountable for their decision and what they have, put before us, and have the voice of the people really come forward like that. And just really want to stand here strong and in my voice saying, I support that. And really, truly, on a personal note, thank you for acknowledging our people, Heitsapka and Siam and Siaya.
Thank you, Councillor Alec. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Alec, for coming and for your leadership on this issue. There are two questions that I have for you, and they surround really why we would pursue a judicial review, or the basis for pursuing a judicial review. One is that the province in issuing an environmental permit, which is what we would be reviewing or asking the courts to review, has to have adequately consulted with First Nations, number one. And number two, has to have conducted the technical studies around the environmental impacts sufficient to be able to feel sure about issuing the permit. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, do you feel that there has been adequate consultation of First Nations, number one? And number two, do you feel that there have been adequate environmental assessment studies done, or technical studies done, to know whether or not this should proceed?
Thank you for your questions. To your first question, if there's been adequate consultation to First Nations, I know personally from Tsleil-Waututh, we have reached out to the Premier on several occasions, and we've documented it how many times. You might be aware that we did our own independent assessment, and what we would thought that the federal government would do, we offered to share it with the Premier, and looking at not only the project of the expansion of the pipeline, but as well how it affects all along the pipe route, the marine traffic, the tanker traffic, the holding tanks on board the Westridge Marine Terminus, which is just across from, well within our traditional territories. That assessment looks at all those different types of, so it's like a really holistic, because it also looks at how it would affect us as a people, how it would affect our neighbors, how it would affect the ecology. So we've offered that to them and asked them if they could come to our territory or meet with us, and there's been no response. So I don't know where the Premier is putting that in our conditions, that if there's a check mark on there, I don't know where she's consulted. And as for the second question of the environmental assessment, again, I know that our team on a technical level has tried to share our independent assessment, which has over 12 scientists' reports in there, as well as an economic report on how that would affect our economy as a First Nation and in an urban setting. Yeah, I don't know where they're collecting their scientific evidence from to put forward to an environmental assessment.
So you, to clarify, you've conducted, as a nation, you've conducted your own assessment. I'm assuming because the assessment that you saw being done by the National Energy Board through that process was not adequate.
Yeah, absolutely. We looked at how the National Energy Board process was very geared towards industry regulated processes, and it was all so flawed that we actually brought them to court for that as well.
That's my questions. Thank you again, and thank you. Please pass on my thanks to the Tsleil-Waututh Council and Nation for the leadership that you're showing in this.
I will, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Mayor Robertson had questions as well. Councillor Alec.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Alec, for being here, and to your chief and your council. As I echo the words of Councillor Carr, we really appreciate your leadership. It's been incredibly strong and steady for the years since this whole proposal came forward, and understandably so, given the direct impact and literally in your front yard there, and your dinner table, as you say. So I had, I guess, further questions with respect to those key points on consultation and environmental assessment. Have you, as Tsleil-Waututh First Nation, done work related to environmental assessment? Have you done your own body of work in terms of assessing what impact this sevenfold increase in tanker traffic would have in your, particularly in your immediate vicinity where the terminal sits, but certainly across your territory? What work have you done versus the work that we expect and should demand that our province and our federal government are doing?
Yes, thank you so much for that question, and I'll revert back to our independent assessment. And at first I really wanted to call it an environmental assessment, but my tech team said no, it's really independent because the circumference of what we assessed is way more than the environment. It has a lot to do with how the effects of this pipeline does affect our environment, but as an Indigenous peoples, it covers way more than that, like our spiritual well-being and our cultural practices, how we go, even like our day-to-day business, everything in there that that affects our way of life to be sustainable, how we conduct our economic businesses and developing partners is also in there. There's a summary, but the actual assessment that we did includes environment, economic, financial, is actually 1,400 pages, includes 12 scientific professionals. It includes an oil spill module. It includes the depth of our cultural history. It includes so much more than just the environment that, you know, we spent about 2 years compiling this document, and with, you know, that many professionals and lawyers looking at it, that it's something that we're very, very proud of, and we took a lot of time, money, and expense and staff hours to compile maps and modules and reports from the likes of professionals that we, you know, anthropologists and scientists and biologists. So we're very invested and took that time, and you know, our concerns are well written in there.
Right, and that, how would you describe how that has been received by both the federal government and the provincial government? How have they responded to all of the work that you've done to and prepared in the absence of that work being done by the National Energy Board in particular?
I'm quite sad to say that federally, when we had presented our assessment and tried to have a meaningful conversation with them, we weren't met with the same. You know, we brought our tech, our chief, and everybody to the table, and we weren't met at the same level. So we kind of feel like it lagged that type of leadership on the federal level, and the same answer that I gave to Councillor Carr. We've tried numerous times and have it documented where we tried to reach out to the Premier on a provincial level, and we still have not yet had a meeting.
Okay, that sounds very familiar. And I just appreciate that scale of work, and which I think as a city we invested as well in significant research and data to present, which although we were able to present it to the National Energy Board, have not had the opportunity with the province, and certainly have not seen any uptake or any kind of reflection of the concerns that we raised either. So thanks for your leadership again, and we will definitely look forward to continuing to build our stronger partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Alec. That's it for questions. Thank you for coming today and all your work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Council. Janet Fraser, Trustee Janet Fraser is here. It is our practice to allow representatives of public bodies to speak at the front of a meeting. I appreciate that through no fault of elected Trustee Fraser's, she is not here representing a public body, but she is here representing the people of Vancouver in issues related to that public body. So I think I will invite her to speak next, if she's prepared to do so. Sorry, I should have caught it earlier on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I am in this rather strange role of being a former trustee, and you know, I'm not speaking here today on behalf of the VSB or the Vancouver students specifically, but the people of Vancouver in general. So thank you for this chance, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this motion today. And I also appreciate the continued commitment of this council to stop the Kinder Morgan project. I, along with many, many people across BC and in Vancouver, thought the province would carefully and appropriately examine the evidence before issuing an environmental assessment certificate for the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. However, the evidence presented during the National Energy Board process did not demonstrate the ability to fully clean up an oil spill, either from the pipeline or from the significantly increased number of tankers in BC's waters. The evidence includes the ministerial review panel writing that, as the panel moved west, and this is referring to their time in BC, opposition increased markedly and in two general areas. There was continuing expressions of concern about general environmental impacts, both local and global, but presenters also raised an increasing number of issues arising from the tension of running a major oil piece of fossil fuel structure through an ever more densely populated area. And I know that's certainly the case in Burnaby and Vancouver. The evidence includes more than 130 First Nations signing in united opposition to oil pipelines and the supertankers that pose a threat to our waterways. And I thought that the impact of the pipeline on climate change would be part of the province's assessment. However, the province did not conduct its own environmental assessment review process. It did not consult with First Nations and other interested parties to determine if the project would be safe and secure, and if the people and the environment would be protected. As a result, First Nations along the route of the proposed pipeline and those affected by the tanker traffic are taking legal action, as we have just heard from our previous speaker. And as a Vancouver citizen, now living with the increased threat of an oil spill that could significantly change Vancouver's pristine marine environment, I ask councillors to support this motion, requesting a judicial review of the province's decision to give an environmental approval to Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project. And you know, referring back to the previous speaker, there seems to be many voices calling for this and many different organizations working towards this goal. So I thank Councillor Carr and Councillor Reimer for bringing forward this motion. And again, I ask for the support of all councillors.
Thank you very much, Trustee Fraser. For what it's worth, we sort of make a distinction between elected and non-elected as opposed to former and current trustees. So we think of you as an elected trustee. Mm-hmm. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much for coming, elected Trustee Fraser. And I just really have one question, and it's really in the capacity that you have served Vancouver citizens and and children. There have been, I'm wondering if you have, in your conversations in that role, if you have identified sort of concerns raised either by children in schools or, you know, the families that are in the school system. Certainly I know that there are schools that would be directly affected because the pipeline runs close to them. It's not in Vancouver, it's in Burnaby and other municipalities. But if you have had any conversations like that around the concerns emanating really from the children in the school system and those their families.
Yes, of course. I mean, there's a lot of concern in general about climate change and the concern that, you know, actions that are being taken by policy makers now will impact children in their lives for the, you know, for the rest of their lives. And specifically around this pipeline, you know, there are environmental groups at many schools who address this issue. And there's a C3 climate change conference held every year within the school board. So yes, it is something that's on the mind of students in Vancouver.
Okay, I appreciate that information. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming today. That's it for questions. Okay, so we are into the rest of our speakers list, starting with Peter McCartney from, who is not here, but Joe Foy from the Wilderness Committee is here. Welcome, Mr. Foy. You can move the podium up, or we can move the podium up if you, there you go. Okay.
That's good. My name is Joe Foy, and I'm National Campaign Director of the Wilderness Committee. And I want to acknowledge my presence here on unceded Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. And I want to say that I look forward to the day when Indigenous rights are fully recognized and incorporated in all our various forms of governance, laws, regulations, and the way we live our lives. Now, our organization is a Canadian environmental organization headquartered here in Vancouver with field offices in Victoria, Winnipeg, and Toronto. We are supported by the donations and volunteer hours given by some 60,000 people from all across Canada, with about a quarter of those people residing in the Metro Vancouver area. We were founded back in 1980, and our goal is the protection of Canada's wild nature with a focus on seeing new protected areas designated in wild places and new laws enacted for the protection of wildlife. I should also mention that 2 former members of our organization's management team are on Vancouver City Council. And that would be Councillor Carr and Councillor Reimer. And I've had the good fortune of working both with Adrian and Andrea on quite a few projects at the Wilderness Committee. I've come here today to speak in favor of the motion, Judicial Review of Provincial Government Decision to approve Kinder Morgan's pipeline expansion project, which was moved by Councillor Carr and seconded by Councillor Reimer. Our organization has a long history of engaging in public processes regarding matters of environmental protection. A recent example would be our engagement with the environmental assessment of Taseko Mines Limited proposed open pit mine at Teltan B Fish Lake in Chilcotin Nation territory. And so because of that, we have a sense, we can tell a reasonably good process from a poor process. And we are extremely dissatisfied with the process run by the National Energy Board to assess Kinder Morgan's pipeline expansion project. And we note that regional leaders agree. I've included here a snippet from the March 2015 Mayor's Declaration on Kinder Morgan National Energy Process. And quote, "It's become apparent that the NEB process does not constitute a public hearing and is completely inadequate to assess the health and safety risk of a proposed pipeline through major metropolitan areas, and the potential risks of shipping bitumen oil to Burnaby and through Burrard Inlet, the Salish Sea, and along the coastline of British Columbia. In August of 2015, our organization, the Wilderness Committee, withdrew from the NEB process because of its many serious flaws. Hundreds of citizens, mainly from Vancouver, were not allowed to participate. People were not allowed to cross-examine the proponents' evidence. Discussion of climate change, one of the most important issues for our members, was not allowed. In August and September of 2016, our organization did make submissions to the hastily put together panel that was formed by the incoming Trudeau federal government to try to repair some of the public trust damaged by the NEB. What we saw was a wall of public opposition to Kinder Morgan's pipeline expansion project. What we didn't see was a proper environmental assessment process. By relying on the deeply and demonstrably flawed NEB process, the province of BC has dodged its responsibility to conduct a proper environmental assessment of Kinder Morgan's pipeline project. And that's why I'm here today in favor of the motion as part of the way forward to better governance, a safer environment, and economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foy. You have no questions. Thanks for coming today. Okay, next up, Hiseo Ichikawa.
Hi, good morning. I'm Hisao Ichikawa. Thank you for letting me speak. This is the first time I talk in the public.
Mr. Ichikawa, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind moving a little closer to the red light on the microphone there?
Right here?
A little closer.
This way?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, this is the mic. Okay. Okay. When I immigrated from Japan to Canada in 1969, Canada was a much cleaner country than now, politically and environmentally. Now we are facing global warming. We hear a lot of oil spills and mining disaster and natural resources caused by human activity. Few years back, I met First Nation elder, and I traveled up north to protest camp. In the campsite, I pulled a weed out, and she said, "You put some tobacco or something on the spot where you pulled out weed." When we take something from Mother Earth, we have to give back something. First Nation people live like that with a lot of respect to their environment, and they kept their territory clean until the settlers from Europe and other part of the world came. They looked for gold and natural resources to make money, profit. Everything was to make money, and we destroyed a lot of environment here. Few years, I saw a video called Whistler Blower. It was made by a man, John, who worked for cleaning up of Enbridge oil spill in Kalamazoo River, probably you know. And the company was hiding bitumen oil spill with putting sand over and canvases and put the grass seeds, and grass was growing over and hiding it. He was fired because he told that to other people. And after being fired, he started making video and try to show people how company was dishonest. Just they are only thinking about money and not people's benefit. He also interviewed people who are there, living there, when it took place. And a lot of people are sick, vomited, headache. And I saw a dog with a big tumor on his back, belly. I don't want that kind of thing happens in our beautiful Barad Inlet. It would be disastrous. Bitumen oil sink right to the bottom, and we cannot clean up. And doesn't matter where it happens, West Coast, that damages maybe fishing industry, kill many mammal, fish, and we cannot enjoy anymore. So Kinder Morgan must be stopped. And BC politics also should be cleaned up. We don't have a democracy here. It's subtle dictatorship by big corporation. And we gotta clean our environment for our daughters, sons, and many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ichikawa. There are no questions from council. Next up, we have Nathan Barrett, who will be followed by Owen Finn. Nathan Barrett, are you in the house? Nope. Okay. Owen Finn. After Mr. Finn, we have Jackie DeRue. Welcome.
Thank you, mayors and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on this subject. My name is Owen Finn. This is my 40th year in living in Vancouver. I hold a PhD in physical chemistry, an MBA in international business, and I retired some years ago as a partner in the accounting firm of KPMG. So I know a little of, more than a little, about science and business, and to state it on the outset, I am utterly opposed to this pipeline. I wish to speak in favour of Councillor Carr's motion. I've waited 3 years for this opportunity because although I helped clean up the spill from the Maratasa off local beaches, I was judged as being not directly affected. That got my attention. First, I want to address the scientific credibility of the joint review process. I'd like to believe there was an honest purpose to it, but it had all the hallmarks of a discredited, broken process. NEB is and was then wildly ill-equipped to deal with environmental assessments. Among its other failings, it disallowed cross-examination of proponent-supplied quasi-science, such as the Gainford experiments on the behavior of dilbit in brackish water. It allowed proponent evidence that was not peer-reviewed, while selectively disallowing peer-reviewed science, which showed results very different from the proponent. It disallowed historical evidence of pipeline spills and malfunctions and repeated failures of spill detection systems. It trivialized the small but measurable risks of worst-case oil spills and ship collisions while devoting much more attention to far less likely and damaging events like disrupting the grazing habits of curious dairy cattle. Disparaged the evidence of significant harm to Vancouver's tourism and high-tech economy. I think you're well aware of that. Incredibly, it ruled out of scope any consideration of global warming as being associated with extracting, transporting, and burning fossil fuels. When it condoned a Texan company using the RCMP to enforce drilling in a Burnaby Municipal Park paid for by its citizens, in the face of widespread public outrage, it revealed itself for the sham process it was. NEB denied intervener status to hundreds, myself included, and even resorted in the end to locking the public out of its own public hearings. So much for fairness and transparency. Earlier this month, we had another public consultation to attend, this time to amend the NEB Act so that the captive regulator could position itself as a modern, efficient, and effective energy regulator. Those who were there heard Mark Ellison describe what two actions they could do to improve themselves, and that would be to fire the senior executive and move out of Calgary. As I said, the NEB is ill-equipped to weigh any new science, to revisit the spurious public benefits of the project, to credibly evaluate the elevated spill and climate change risks, and not at least to belatedly recognize that it has trammeled the rights of First Nations, that all federal governments of whatever stripe are duty-bound to uphold. Rather, the NEB seems to accept that the rather ill-defined significant adverse environmental effects is an appropriate test for an environmental assessment. I suggest to you the test should be somewhat sterner. Will this project make a net contribution to our sustainability as a nation, which the Kinder Morgan pipeline clearly does not? There are several reasons why this project is unpopular in BC. Briefly, on economics, the summation that I've done and the estimates I've done suggested that at the current differential between tar sands crude and the world price for West Texas Intermediate, it will take over a century to cover the costs of building this $6.8 billion pipeline. That's hardly attractive, but it's not our decision, that's Kinder Morgan's. Climate, as I've mentioned, that was ruled out. We have entered a climate crisis, one which the vast majority of world climate scientists agree has deadly consequences for the livability of the planet. That humans, and specifically the burning of fossil fuels, are causative factors is now beyond argument. Self-preservation compels us to act now to limit its effects. You're aware that the upstream GHG emissions associated with this pipeline amount to somewhere between 20 and 26 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per annum, and that doesn't even count the GHGs as a result of the burning of fossil fuels in whatever country takes this. That's close to 80 megatons. These are clearly in excess of legislated targets in BC and should not be allowed. And of course, it goes to say, without saying that this does not contribute to Canada living up to its international commitments made at Paris COP21. The spill risk, I think this council is fairly familiar with adding 350 oil tankers to the traffic entering the narrow confines of the Port of Vancouver, which is already a crowded marine area. The spill risk or the collision risk increases as the square of the vessel traffic. This would add significantly to that.
Mr. Finn, you are over time, so I might ask...
In summary, I
Thank
support my city's steadfast opposition to this project for the sake of our planet, our children, our grandchildren. Let's all hope that science and common sense will eventually prevail, even in Ottawa. And the fossil fuel era is coming to an end, and we must leave the oil in the ground forever. To the end, this motion is a worthy one. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. Thanks for coming today. Okay, next speaker is Jackie DeRue, followed by Christiane Wilhelmsen.
I'm so glad this meeting was postponed from February 8th. On that day, I was recovering from a heart attack and would not have been able to appear in person. After experiencing the miracle of modern medicine, I am so very delighted to be here today in person, alive and kicking. I will start by saying that I totally support the City of Vancouver in all its efforts to stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion. Today, I will tell you first why I am here, and second, my main reasons for opposing this project. My name is Jackie DeRue.
Ms. DeRue, I'm sorry, you're a little close to the mic, and it's probably feeding back a bit, so okay.
Is that better?
Yep, that's
Okay.
great.
My name is Jackie DeRue. My husband and I are ordinary Canadian citizens and have lived in Vancouver for about 40 years. We both have MBA degrees and we had long and excellent careers in business. Throughout our lives, we always paid our taxes, obeyed the law, and voted in every election. We were never activists, even during the Civil Rights Movement and the Vietnam War. It never really crossed our minds. However, about 4 years ago, that all changed when we faced a major family crisis. My adult son was visiting home and had been watching a politician give a speech about climate change. When I asked or walked into our living room, I found him in tears. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he wasn't sad. He was crying because he was very angry. But even more than that, my mountain climbing son confessed he was afraid of climate change and afraid of the future. Would there even be a future for him, and how could he ever have children? This conversation prompted a larger family discussion. It turned out that our 2 adult daughters also felt the same way. They are both marine biologists who are passionate about the ocean. They also told us they feared the future and didn't think they would ever have children. When they asked my husband and I if we could do something to help, of course, we said yes. That moment in 2012 was transformational for us, and thus began our private and public journey to activism. We became a team like never before. We went on the hunt to learn everything we could about climate change. We researched the science, listened to the experts, studied our politicians and government policies. We sought out like-minded people and organizations leading the way to a new future. Appalled by the tar sands and its devastation to the land and First Nations, we attended Truth and Reconciliation hearings. We walked 15 kilometers through the Suncor tar sands tailing ponds. We attended rallies, gathered thousands of signatures on petitions, made phone calls, confronted many politicians. I was arrested the day after the Enbridge pipeline was approved, and in 2015 we helped defeat Stephen Harper. My husband co-founded a new nonprofit society and has given more than 60 public presentations in his fight against destructive fracking and in the ill-informed promotion of the LNG industry by our provincial government. And I have been a full-time volunteer for an inspirational NGO called Lead Now that has been active on this Kinder Morgan issue. We applied for commenter status in the Kinder Morgan NEB process, but stopped when told we could not reference climate change in our objections. What a journey it has been. We are challenging the old economic paradigm of our past corporate lives, and we now see the world through a different lens. So here we are today, inspired and deeply involved in the fight for the future. We have learned there are so many reasons to say no to this bad Kinder Morgan pipeline project, and I'm pretty sure you have heard them all. I would just like to reference my 2 main reasons for opposition. The first is my highest and overarching reason. We simply cannot continue to expand the fossil fuel economy and still expect to have a viable future for our children. I now believe we must stop burning fossil fuels and keep them in the ground as much as possible. How better to sequester carbon than to never dig it up in the first place? Enabling and supporting the continued development of the tar sands fundamentally serves the short-term interests of the shareholders of the richest and most powerful corporations in the world and is not in the best interests of the future of our children. The second main reason for opposing this project is my most down-to-earth and practical one. It is totally irrational to risk the economy and the environment of Canada's world-renowned jewel, the city of Vancouver, the West Coast Salish Sea, and the settlements that front it. The effects of a major dilbit spill in our waters would destroy the natural environment, devastate the local economy, and seriously impact the health of thousands of people living here. The loss would be too great, and it is just simply not worth the risk. I completely support the City of Vancouver and this motion requesting a judicial review of the BC Liberal government's irresponsible decision to approve the Kinder Morgan pipeline. To my municipal representatives, you have been on the front lines of this battle for me, as I have been on the front lines for you. I support you, and thank you for your work. We are in this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. You do have a question from Councillor Carr. I'm so glad you could be here with us this meeting. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, that's all I wanted to do was just express my gratitude for the fact that you are here. You look wonderful. I know that technology, not through myself, but my husband, and it is life-saving, and here you are. Thank you. And also just to ask if you would thank your children for their concern and their passion on this issue and encourage them not to give up hope. Dire as it may all seem, together really we are changing outcomes by working together, and so please encourage their hope.
I will, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that moves us to Christiane Wilhelmsen, and after Ms. Williamson, we've got David Guterham. I know it's kind of space cadetty, but
Try to be the same height. It would be easier.
I've tried to walk people through where the button is. It's just easier to do it from here. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Christiane Wilhelmsen. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Strait Alliance. We are a marine conservation organization that for nearly 27 years has been the voice of South Coast communities. Our mandate is to promote the sustainability of the Strait of Georgia, but also to work with communities to make sustainable decisions. I also stand here as a scientist, as I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Biology and Environmental and Resource Sciences and a Master's degree in Ecology. I also want to note that the Georgia Strait Alliance was an intervener in the National Energy Board process for its entirety. We respect that people pulled out, and we thought about it ourselves as well. But in the end, we decided that we needed to bear witness what ended up being a seriously flawed process. And we are here to support the motion that you are considering. You've heard many of the risks that this proposal brings, the fact that we can't meet our Paris climate targets if we build pipelines, oil spills, you can't clean up bitumen, and of course the lack of nation-to-nation consultation. But I do want to highlight an issue that we often bring up, and that is the risk that this pipeline would certainly bring to the 78 southern resident killer whales that remain in the Salish Sea. It is interesting to note that the National Energy Board themselves, in their recommendation documents, said that this proposal, the tankers that would come with this pipeline, would put an incredible amount of pressure on this species. So they essentially said to us that this species, who is a cultural, spiritual, and economic emblem of our South Coast, was meaningless and was going to be sacrificed. The national energy process, to be clear, as participants, was a sham. Many of us participated in good faith, but at the end of the day, lawyers, participants, and the Prime Minister himself said that the process was wildly inadequate. The lack of public participation was an insult to British Columbians. Thousands of British Columbians were deemed that their voice should not be heard and was of no value to this conversation. That is why we, as part of our submission, included personal opinions and voices from regular coastal individuals as part of our submission, knowing full well the NEB would probably ignore it, but we felt it was important. The process allowed no oral cross-examination, so Kinder Morgan freely ignored most of the questions they were asked, which of course showed a bias towards the proponents. And of course, there was an inability to look at cumulative impacts. This is not the only project being put forward, so many of the cumulative impacts of this project were ignored. We should have seen an overall in the environmental assessment process, and instead we got the ministerial panel. Which, though the final report had some very good recommendations, it was ignored by the federal government in their decision. And I really have to note that in the Prime Minister's decision, it was an insult to us that he basically was saying to us, our coastal communities on the South Coast, and to the endangered species that live here, that we needed to take one for the team. So the National Energy Board process is broken, and it was a broken process, yet the province used that information as a basis of their decision to approve the pipeline, even though they themselves critiqued it. It's a logic loop that we find hard to follow. There was no further public consultation held by the province. We have technical gaps in information. This was not an environmental assessment. We have not had a fulsome environmental assessment with full participation of British Columbians to look at all the pros, cons of this project. Now, the province made its decisions essentially based on 5 conditions that it has been used for both the Northern Gateway proposal and the Kinder Morgan South Coast proposal. Yet, by any objective measure, the Kinder Morgan fails many of those conditions, in particular around spill response, an issue that we have actively been involved with at both the provincial and federal level. Scientists and communities of all kinds note that you cannot clean up bitumen. Once a bitumen's in the water, it's too late. And the risk is really the decision really is whether we're going to take this risk. And the notion of world-class spill response, no one can give that a definition. No one knows what that is. So the fact that the Premier said that the condition had been met simply was a political decision. In summary, the project has never received a fair hearing. Communities like Vancouver have not had their questions answered and has not been evaluated through a BC lens. British Columbians are still waiting for a fair hearing. A judicial review of the provincial approval gives British Columbians a chance to finally have this project reviewed properly and a chance to protect our province and our city from the immense and unacceptable risks the Kinder Morgan project would bring. On behalf of our tens of thousands of supporters and members, staff, board, and volunteers, we urge the Council to pass this motion unanimously, and we'd like to offer our sincere thanks to the City for its ongoing leadership on this difficult but critical issue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilhelmsen. You do have questions from Councillor Deal.
Thank you, Ms. Wilhelmsen. Good to see you, and very well put. I'll focus on one part of what you said. You've referred to a lot of very important issues around the science side. It's like yourself, I'm a scientist. It drives me nuts when science is ignored as part of a decision-making matrix and when the appropriate assessments have not been done. You referenced killer whales, and earlier we heard about clam beds. Now I know from my own work at the Suzuki Foundation that as many people know, that as filter feeders, shellfish are extremely sensitive to very small amounts of material in the water, and getting water clean enough for clams to be healthy enough to eat is extremely challenging. When it comes to larger mammals such as killer whales, we know they're bioaccumulators. Can you talk a little bit about batting back at this assumption that because the ocean is large, that dilution is the solution?
So southern resident orcas, as you say, they're at the top of the food chain. So everything they eat, which is absorbed chemicals, pollution, small spills, large spills, it becomes part of their system. The southern resident killer whales are one of the most contaminated marine mammals on the planet. That has been scientifically proven for almost 2 decades. So the notion that this species can take one more hit from pollution, a decision based on non-scientists, when the scientific community, when it comes to pollution, as well as noise from tankers, has made it pretty clear that this death by 1,000 cuts, this project is just one more. So it's interesting that, as someone said earlier, the National Energy Board was clearly not, didn't have the tools to answer this question around the science, because the science was put forward by other very reputable scientists and it was ignored, but the law was already also ignored. Species at Risk Act says that an endangered species, you have to protect it. You have to take action to protect it. And this project violates that. It is putting more pressure by risking more pollution, but also risking the salmon that the animals eat, as well as the noise, because the 3 major threats to southern resident orcas are the loss of their prey, the loss of Chinook salmon, noise, disturbance, and that's everything from being hit to just noise in the water, but also pollution from all sources. So the National Energy Board seemed to have got they did get some of this information, then completely ignored it and made what seemed to be a political decision.
Okay, thank you. So in other words, we don't need a massive spill out in open waters to have an impact on the southern resident populations. It could be effect on plankton and of course.
Absolutely, and it also depends where it happens, when it happens. We actually partnered with the Raincoast Conservation Foundation to do a drift cart study several years ago, a scientifically viable project which really showed that this notion of directly affected. This all can end up anywhere. We had drift carts that went to the southern tip of Vancouver Island, the west coast of Vancouver Island, Texada Island, all over. And we also did some drops in the Fraser River as well as the San Juan Islands. We followed the tanker routes. And really, what species will be impacted really depends on time of year, whether it'll be birds during their breeding season. The Georgia Strait's a flyway for millions of birds. So the species impact, the orca is kind of it's a species in which we have the conversation, but the diversity of wildlife that could be impacted from a spill, large or small. I mean, you just had to see the Marathasa spill, which was actually a small spill. And you saw how far that oil went, and the species that we were lucky that more species didn't get impacted.
Well, thanks for your work and thanks for your passion.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you. Mr. Guterham, you are up, followed by Ben West and our last speaker, formerly Homeless Dave.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. Thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to participate in your deliberation. My name is David Guterham. I live in Vancouver, practiced law here for 35 years. I wish to speak particularly on the issue in my comments, I shall be addressing solely the issue of the unresolved issue of Canada's growing greenhouse gas emissions, not at all to deprecate the whole other side of this, which is the spills and the marine issues. The subject that my others have spoken about is obviously of grave seriousness. I would like to focus on why, in particular, a special burden has fallen on the city of Vancouver in this situation. Accepting the gravity of the situation, why the city? Why is the city being asked under this excellent motion to take an initiative? I'll make 5 points and then try to answer that question in my own way. The background of all this, in terms of the expansion of oil sands production between now and 2040. So if we go to the Kinder Morgan upstream assessment report that was published in May of last year, it is uncontrovertible. The plan is to double production from 2.4 million barrels a day to 4.8 million barrels a day by 2040. That drives everything else. That tells us we need about 2 million barrels a day of additional pipeline capacity. And in that context, we see that the Kinder Morgan pipeline will satisfy 25% of that need. In other words, the Kinder Morgan pipeline is an enormously important part of the doubling of oil sands production between now and 2040. It represents 25% of what's needed to get there. If we add in the Line 3 project, also approved on November 29th, that accounts for 50% of the entire expansion to 2040. Energy East, the third pipeline, satisfies the balance. So this is an enormously consequential matter, just the Kinder Morgan pipeline, what it means. We in Vancouver are facing 25% of that growth and have some responsibility how to respond to it. The emissions from that expansion, there's no mystery about that. The most recent data published by the federal government on December 22nd, 2016 tells us that oil sands emissions alone will grow 40 million tons additional between 2014 and 2030. That's just up to 2030. The largest emissions growing sector, and there's only one other sector in the most recent data that shows any significant reduction, and that is coal-fired electricity production, and that's going to drop about 44 million tons between 2014 and 2030. So what that means is all the gains in emission reduction from everything we're doing across Canada in transforming our electricity production is going to be offset by the gains just in the oil sands expansion. And what that tells us or suggests that we will see no reduction in our emissions between now and 2030, which is the Paris target date. And that's in fact what the data tells us, that emissions in 2014 were 732 million tons, and the projection for 2030 is 742. That's going up. The emissions are going up, they're not going down. The target is 524 million tons, so the challenge is how do we get there? We've had 3 so-called review processes. The Kinder Morgan, the National Energy Board did not look at emissions at all. The Kinder Morgan assessment did not answer the question, and the ministerial panel confirmed that the question has not been answered. So, to conclude, why is this such a compelling motion? Because we've exhausted all of the other remedies. The governments have shut the door on looking at this issue. The scientists have spoken again and again and again. They have exhausted their efforts. All that's left is confrontation. That's all that's left, unless we can compel the courts to intervene. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to say lawyers often have a hard time sticking to our 5-minute rule here, but you did a very good job of it, so thanks for that. Ben West, you are up next, followed by formerly homeless Dave. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben West. I've been working to try to stop this Kinder Morgan proposal for almost a decade now, I think. And I just want to start by saying thank you for the leadership that the city has shown where the BC government has really failed us. We have been faced with a proposal that would really bring serious harm to this region. And the speakers who've come before me have done a fantastic job of outlining many of those concerns, so I won't repeat much of what's been said already. And of course, I know that the studies that have been done by the city have provided some of the most important information in terms of the assessment of this project, which was so dearly lacking from the National Energy Board. I just want to speak specifically to why I think a legal challenge of the BC government is so important. As you're aware, there's a number of legal challenges already coming forward of the federal decision, as well as previous challenges of the NEB process itself. This has placed a tremendous burden on environmental groups and First Nations groups, both in terms of resources as well as in terms of fundraising efforts to fund those specific legal challenges. I think that the challenge of the BC government's decision is absolutely critical, and this could be a vital role that the city could play in really taking leadership and filling that gap. The BC government decision, as you know, was overturned in relation to the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline. They were then directed, the BC government was directed to do more consultation with First Nations, that simply passing the buck, not only with the NEB process, but in terms of First Nations consultation was not deemed to be appropriate. I've had the privilege of working in support of First Nations community who's been involved in this, and from my perspective, I've seen even less effort made to reach out during the Kinder Morgan discussion than was made during the Enbridge decision. There's been a continued willingness or desire to simply pass the buck to the federal government. It's been disappointing, frankly, to see a lack of leadership where many people would have liked to have seen it at the federal level. It does feel like politics has been more what's driving that decision than really a sound assessment of the facts. Just as one specific piece of information related to that, Charlene Alec asked me to circulate to you via email a series of reports that were written by Tsleil-Waututh Nation. You may have seen the assessment report, but I'm not sure everybody here has actually seen the 4 supplemental reports that were hand-delivered to the Minister of Natural Resources the day before the decision was made. The group of representatives from Tsleil-Waututh, including the chief herself, traveled to Ottawa, hand-delivered to the minister a series of reports that a tremendous amount of time and resources were put into putting together. The idea was to update what had changed in the time frame from the NEB recommendations to highlight the impact of the price of oil, more up-to-date research, looking at the National Academy of Science and its report related to the distinct impact of a bitumen spill. Many of those things were not adequately considered during the NEB process, and much had actually changed in the time from the NEB's recommendations. I have a hard time believing that senior staff in the federal government, let alone anybody in the provincial government, actually read those documents or took them into consideration when making a final decision. In a world where we're talking about reconciliation and real nation-to-nation relationships, I found that particularly problematic. There was still 2 weeks left within the time frame that the federal government had been allotted, and for whatever reason, they chose to make the decision the following day, and probably did not even read the documents that were presented. The BC government, did not even have meetings with many First Nations communities who have strong opposition. At least 16 nations have formally brought forward their opposition to the NEB. Only a third of First Nations who were approached by the company actually signed on, even with large amounts of money being offered to communities that very much could use the funding. I think the BC government is fundamentally failing the people of British Columbia currently in protecting the coast, in ensuring adequate and responsible assessment of projects, and in particular in relationship with First Nations communities. I think this is a very important opportunity for the city to play an important role in bringing forward the kind of opposition to this that's necessary, and a specific challenge of the permits issued by the BC government is necessary, and I thank Councillor Carr and the rest of you for considering this and for bringing it forward.
Wow, that was very well timed. Thank you, Mr. West. You don't have questions. Thanks. Okay, our last speaker on this item, unless did Nathan Barrett, is he here? Nope. Okay, so formerly homeless Dave, you are the last speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. First, this is unceded Coast Salish territory, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam. Good morning, Chair Reimer, councillors, Mayor Gregor. I think this is a totally bodacious and auspicious day. And my theme on this topic is will be No Bullying Pink Shirt Day. First of all, yes, to judicial review. I want to be perfectly clear on that. But there is a caveat, and I think there's a bigger framework at play than even Kinder Morgan. And that is politicians, politics, an operating system that's outdated, political posturing and rhetoric. You know, Prime Minister Trudeau just recently blamed politicians and business leaders with a breakdown in social society. It's a very serious issue. As I walked in here, on the walls, City Hall, right behind us, there are two pictures. One is Christy Clark, and the one a little bit higher is Justin Trudeau. In fact, Justin Trudeau, I call him Gregor Robertson 2.0. In fact, those new Liberals and Justin Trudeau are very much a creation of the brain trust of Vision Vancouver. In my opinion, you know, we're talking about displacement of rights, displacement of the environment, displacement of First Nations rights. In my community, the downtown east side, we call it gentrification and the displacement of low-income community, which includes Chinatown. You know, there's a reason why Mayor Robertson's wearing the suit over his pink shirt. In my community, the business suit is a symbol for gentrification and displacement, coming from politicians and the business community. Justin Trudeau calls himself a feminist. We know that they have issues with funding of political parties at all levels of government. Everybody pointing fingers to each other. But it's the same old story. The same old story. When does it end? You know, 4 years ago, after I completed my hunger strike against gentrification and displacement and police brutality in the downtown east side, my community held an honor banquet at the Carnegie Center for me. And Grand Chief Philip of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs attended. And I told a story there. And I'll amend the story a little bit for today. And I'm sending this message from the ancient one, the original Orca. And the story, I'll just say it very quickly. The original Orca was all black. And one day it saw this white-tailed hawk. And they partnered. It's the reason why people say that the baby orcas jump much higher than the adults. Well, the original orca has a message, and that is no to endangering their home. And that's no to Squamish LNG wood fiber as well. The hypocrisy and posturing politicians, politics, that's the elephant in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. There are no questions. Thanks for coming today. Okay, that is it for speakers to this motion. This was the point in time where I did tell council if they had questions, this would be a good time to ask them of staff. If we don't have questions, you need to give me a minute to get us to the main queue. Seeing no questions, I will move us to the main queue. Councillor Carr, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to thank all the speakers that came. You were extremely eloquent, compelling information, and that really does make for a better democratic process. Your participation is really fantastic, and I thank you for that and the time that you've taken to be here, and particularly to note that the evidence or the information you provided is one I think that all of us as councillors need to consider in making the decision, and that and we are able to make a decision because my motion was seconded by Councillor Andrea Reimer, and I very much appreciate your seconding of my motion, Councillor Reimer. Why did I bring this motion forward, and why do I believe that you should be voting in support of the motion? You know, first of all, I think that as some stated, Mr. Gooderham in particular, we as a city have taken on an incredibly important role in being a world leader in terms of battling climate change and understanding that climate change is an issue that will affect everything about our city, from the economy to the environment to the health of people to the sustainability and all future generations. And so we've aimed to be a 100% renewable energy city by 2050. It will be an absolute impossibility for us to achieve that goal in terms of its ultimate objective, which is to mitigate climate change. It's clear to me, Mr. I always go by Owen, and Mr. Finn made that abundantly clear as well. And let me say that I did read the upstream environmental impacts of the Kinder Morgan project, which was a study issued by the new federal government. And the emissions by the addition of the Kinder Morgan pipeline in terms of increased output at the tar sands would be actually 10 times more per year than Vancouver's complete elimination of greenhouse gas emissions, which we are aiming to do by 2050. It would 10 times more. It would make all the work we do at this city moot. Secondly, it's very important, and why I brought this forward, to question the provincial government's decision to issue an environmental permit, which is what they did in their approval. They issued an environmental permit. When I heard that in January, I was aghast. I thought, how could they have issued an environmental permit when the province, just as we as a city did, as interveners in the National Energy Board hearings on this, concluded, both the province and the city concluded that the environmental assessment through the Kinder Morgan NEB process was inadequate. Yet the province, in issuing the environmental permit, relied on the evidence in the NEB process. They do have an obligation as a province to consider doing further environmental studies. That is a requirement that was made very clear when the BC Supreme Court decided on the Northern Gateway Enbridge decision just about a year ago, that the province could not just say in an equivalency agreement with the federal government, oh, you do the environmental studies, that's going to be good enough. The province said, no, the Supreme Court said the province must consider whether to do additional environmental studies. And I thought, if the province said the environmental studies through the NEB process as an intervener were inadequate, surely they've got to pursue doing more studies. Further to that, the province's decision was based on feeling that 5 conditions were met, one of which was pointed out by Ms. Williamson, is the one that the world-leading oil spill response mechanisms are in place. And I questioned, how could they possibly say they're in place when no technical studies have been done around the impacts of a bitumen oil spill in marine waters? None. So I believe that based on those reasons, knowing that the province did not do, in my mind, due diligence in pursuing further studies, and especially to hear Councillor Alec say that they had studies done by the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, offered them to the province, and the province didn't even meet with them to look at that evidence. For me, I think it's just a no-brainer that we must move forward with this judicial review and challenge that provincial government decision.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck.
Madam Chair, I first want to thank and give my respect to the speakers who came out today. And I respect my fellow councillors who I believe are clearly supportive of this motion. I think that it's apropos, perhaps, that this is happening on a day when we are focused on bullying and anti-bullying. This is an issue that's very sensitive. It's very controversial. I know that my position has created controversy and people are upset with me on occasion, but some people also are very supportive. I have, on many occasions in this chamber, supported initiatives related to oil and gas, whether it be getting us at the table regarding the pipelines. I have supported that in the past. But I also today respect the Prime Minister and the federal government's position on this. They're focused on the environment and the economy. It's important for us to think about that as well. I respect the Premier and the province's position and the five conditions that were set by the Premier for us to achieve the best possible outcome. The question we have today is whether or not we want to continue on with this, potentially spending untold amounts of money on legal fees, pursuing and attacking the provincial government on an issue that I believe is clearly has been put to bed, is happening. I don't think that we have a case here. I think that we will not succeed at this, and we will spend a significant amount of staff time and legal time and funds on something that I think that is we have done what we should have done and have done, and significant things over the last several years, certainly in my time in office here. I think that it's important for us to, balance our decisions here in the chamber and make decisions for what's best for Vancouverites. I understand that there are many that worry about the tankers that will go through our shores, and then further on in a general sense, in a larger sense, the impact of oil and gas in our country and in the world. And I respect that absolutely. But our decision today is related to specifically a judicial review and directing staff to proceed with requesting a judicial review. And that's our decision today, that we have to make whether or not we want to pursue that. My decision is not to pursue that. I think that it's time to accept the decision by the Prime Minister, to accept the position of the Premier and the commitment and the conditions that are placed on that, and the Prime Minister's further comments related to this, to proceed carefully and to be very focused on the environment. So for those reasons, I will not support this motion, and I think it's time for us to move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Mayor Robertson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. First, big thanks to all the speakers who came forward today. Appreciate your voice, and it was really helpful to hear from Councillor Charlene Alec of the Tsleil-Waututh First Nation, and we've been very appreciative of Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish and Musqueam's leadership and resistance to the Kinder Morgan proposal and the massive increase in oil tankers that it would create. We've put a lot of work into this. Council's been very solid in terms of supporting action to protect our city, our economy and environment here in the city. We've been very vocal about this as a council, and I think we've heard very loud and clear from many citizens here in Vancouver that we need to continue that advocacy and really pursue all avenues to prevent what could be a catastrophic impact on Vancouver and the south coast of BC here. We have an option in front of us here, which I think is a great next step in terms of pursuing the tools that we have at our hands. It was very disappointing to see the province effectively rubber stamp a National Energy Board and federal government process that was deeply flawed and biased, that did not consider the scientific evidence that would be critical for environmental assessment, that did not do appropriate consultation with the local First Nations that we partner so closely with here in Vancouver. I think it's important for us to test the legal standing of the province's actions. With all due respect, we need to be sure that they have conducted themselves according to the law and in the best interests of our city and the environment that surrounds us, which are at great threat of spill. And that's ultimately what this comes down to. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons that people have to pursue this Kinder Morgan proposal and the economic activity that it creates. At the same time, we have to have an honest and thorough examination of what those risks are. Tsleil-Waututh speaking today, Councillor Alec definitely referenced the immense body of work that they did, scientific research that they aggregated to make their case, and beyond just the environmental impact, the overall impact on the people of the Tsleil-Waututh First Nation. And we've done an exhaustive amount of work here at City of Vancouver to make sure that we looked carefully at the evidence, which was not being done by the National Energy Board, nor is it being done by the provincial government. So I think this is a very appropriate next step. Thanks to Councillor Carr for bringing the motion forward, and Councillor Reimer. I think the two of you have been very strong leaders on council for this, but we've had good support around the table here, which is really important, and even more important, I think, is the sense around the city that we need to do everything we can to stop this Kinder Morgan proposal from ever becoming a reality and putting our city at great risk. So thanks for the leadership here at council, and I think it'll be a really important next step to assess whether or not the province has acted in good faith and in the best interests of Vancouver and our province. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. Not seeing other speakers, I'll add my own words to the motion. Happy to second it. Very glad that Councillor Carr brought it forward. I'm mindful too of Councillor Alex had some very powerful words in her speaking to, I think many speakers actually spoke to it, that our job here is to represent people as we see that representation. And as Councillor Affleck points out, there are many viewpoints on this issue, so one needn't take one position and say they are representing the people. I would say for my own vote today, as much as I have strong feelings about the pipeline and about the imminent risk it puts life on planet Earth at through the climate change implications of it, I would hope that we could narrow that down to think more about the process and the issues of democracy that are at stake here. We took a unanimous stand as a council, despite and regardless of our positions on fossil fuels or climate change, we took a unanimous stand against the NEB process because we felt that it was wholly insufficient and did not uphold the standard of access for our residents, for our businesses or organizations in the city of Vancouver, and that what that stand was about defending democracy and the right to access democracy and democratic processes. And this process in front of us, the provincial government's environmental assessment, it's hard to think of an adjective. I guess I would call it a pale shadow of the NEB process, which is a damning indictment of their environmental assessment process. So I feel that if for no other reason than to, no matter how you feel about the pipeline, to know that this process could go unchallenged and therefore be the process by which all other future projects are held to the standard of, there will come a day when you are opposed to a project and no longer have access to a robust process to assert that opposition. So I think regardless of your feelings about the pipeline or the Prime Minister or any of those things, it is the time to take a stand based on the process and the deficiencies. It excluded hundreds of voices, as you've heard. You saw a situation where basic principles around the standard of evidence, the gathering of evidence, the cross-examination of evidence. The inalienable rights of First Nations were completely ignored in the process, and I just can't believe that any of us feel that that is the standard that we want our province to create for future environmental assessments of any project. So I think for those reasons alone, I would cast a vote in favor of this motion, but I'm happy to see that it also could be an avenue for us to continue to assert against the risks that we see as a city to our residents. So I'm happy to vote in favor of the motion today. Councillor Carr, did you have any final words that you wanted to put in? Okay, then I will ask the clerk to move us to the voting queue. Councillors Jang and Stevenson. Okay. Special accommodation. Okay, so we have 10 members of council here. 8 are in favor. 2 are opposed to the motion. Councillors Affleck and DeGenova. So the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on now to item 2. What was 4 is now 2, which is Mayor's Task Force on Mental Health and Addictions update recommendations to respond to task force priorities, including the opioid crisis and transition to new urban health leaders action council. So just as staff are coming in and speakers, council, I'm hoping we can get through this item before we break for lunch, because I think these speakers as well were here yesterday. So I think I'm going to move us directly into speakers. We had questions of staff yesterday. If you have questions in your mind that you'd like staff to answer afterwards, I would email them to Mary Claire Zach, who can look at them, or you can just ask them at the end of the speaker section. Okay, so first up we have Coco Culbertson, who is here as the Senior Manager of Programs, PHS Community Services Society. Welcome, Ms. Culbertson.
Hi there, thank you very much for having me and listening today. We are very pleased, the PHS and the community of the Downtown East Side, and predominantly the folks that are involved in our street entrenched managed alcohol program, that this recommendation is going in front of council today. From the community engaged in street entrenched managed alcohol, we thank you for this consideration. I can't tell you, words do not give justice to the pain and suffering this population has endured over the years and how difficult their lives are on a day-to-day basis. There are a wide range of harm reduction programs for preventing the harms of injecting, inhaling substances like overdose prevention sites, supervised injection sites, needle exchanges, and so on. However, there's been little attention to measures to reduce the harms of severe alcohol disorders. One harm reduction intervention for people is managed alcohol. The CMAP, or the Street Entrenched Managed Alcohol Program, which we call the Drinkers Lounge, it aims to replace non-beverage alcohol, like rubbing alcohol, cooking wine, or mouthwash, with beverage alcohol. And literally, we see thousands of liters in exchange every year. This has been the most prevalent model for harm reduction for non-beverage alcohol drinkers across Canada. I can't tell you the difference it's made having a place for this community to come in every day, learn to brew their own alcohol, connectedness, the therapeutic family they've created, and the support they receive from their weekly support meetings. There's around 173 registered members of this group currently active in the program. They depend on this program as a safe place to go and to connect and share their experiences and talk about alcohol withdrawal, detoxing, the risks of use, what's been going on the street. And it's been a very, very important part of what previously was the Drug Users Resource Center in the downtown east side. I do want to say that there are some very positive outcomes for chronically homeless individuals with alcohol use disorder who participate in MAPS, be it residential MAPS or community-based managed alcohol programs. One of the things we see is decreased non-beverage alcohol consumption, far less emergency room visits, and less interactions with the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Culverson. You do have questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Hi there. I was hoping that you might be able to, and again, you don't have to answer my question, but I see that there's $35,000 for a pilot program. Can you tell me the length of time this pilot program would run and what the plans for funding afterwards would be? Because it would be a shame if there was a program up and running and then that support all of the sudden were to finish.
Absolutely. So this program is partially funded by the BC Centre for Disease Control and the City of Vancouver to support the PHS to provide these services. It is for 1 year, which is a bit of a Hail Mary, to be honest, because we had lost the funding entirely when the Drug Users Resource Center was decommissioned. And this population are so severely at risk. From the date the Drug Users Resource Center closed until now, we've lost 5 members of our group, 3 to opioid overdose. This population is at risk of opioid overdose, especially because they're drinkers. So this gives us a year to look at the evidence because it will be evaluated and is currently under evaluation by Dr. Bernie Pauly from the Centre for Addictions Research BC and Dr. Christy Sutherland. So there will be some evidence and some outcomes being published shortly, as well as another external evaluation as we move forward for the year. So what we're hoping for is this year gives us enough qualitative and quantitative evidence in order to leverage that for further funding.
Thank you. Another question that I have is regarding, and it's a question that I've been asked by the media. I mean, will just anybody be able to walk in? Do you have to be vetted? Do you have to apply for this? I mean, really, will this be somewhere that people can just walk in and get a free drink? And I'm asking that question because that's a question I've been asked by the public.
Well, yes, actually, it's an open door. That is the way the PHS operates our programming. It's incredibly low barrier. However, folks accessing this program are entrenched, particularly in the Oppenheimer Park District, are quite visibly marginalized and are predominantly drinking non-beverage alcohol. The program, I don't think, would be attractive to someone from the middle class to walk in and get a free drink. It is specifically targeted for that population by its very design.
Is there any concern that people who currently don't have an issue drinking alcohol or ingesting alcohol, whether it's, as you had mentioned, beverage alcohol or other types of alcohol, would actually switch from other drugs that might be more difficult to find to this option?
Well, I think that there are many bars in the downtown east side, and if that was a risk, anyone could walk into the West or Funky Winker Beans and make that transition anywhere.
But they'd have to purchase it, is that correct?
They would have to purchase it, yeah.
So in this case, the alcohol...
There may always be a risk that someone that is a opioid dependent or a crystal methamphetamine user decides to dabble in alcohol, but the program is specifically designed for adults with long-standing chronic alcohol use disorder. So if they're already using alcohol and they are also an opioid user or a crystal methamphetamine user, we would welcome them into the program as an intervention for all of those, for harm reduction in its holistic way. Absolutely.
another question is the support system. So if someone, and this is what we had heard during the opioid crisis too, if someone goes to a police officer, a firefighter, a paramedic, I want to go into treatment now, well, you have to wait weeks. And that's hard for an addict. Actually, it's impossible for an addict to do that. So it's got to be immediate. Do you have those supports in place that if they come in one day and they say, I want to, I want treatment, I want a detox, can you just walk me through that, what that might look like?
Absolutely. We have PHS staff involved in this program, as well as peer leaders, which we call our big mappers, in the program, who provide referrals to Van Detox, like appropriate detox for alcohol withdrawal. As we know, there are limited availability, there's limited beds, so we do our best. But what we see the most impactful thing is that we see decreased drinking and increased housing tenure, so people are able to come out of the shelter system or out of the parks into housing, because we're supporting them in their housing with the managed alcohol as well, which also reduces risk and problems with attendant support workers and mental health workers in those buildings. We in-reach into many other NGO buildings, so we work with Rain City and Atira and Bloom Group and anywhere.
Just one more question I have for you. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to fit
Councillor DeGenova, the way this works is you ask the questions, but then you need to wait for the answers. So Ms. Culbertson, please continue.
So I'll just ask my last question, which is...
Councillor DeGenova, Ms. Culbertson was finishing an answer. So did you want to finish off?
Yes, I get another round. So.
I just wanted to say that the program is very holistic, and that we do in-reach, and we support people through their transition, whether it's to detox or to stabilize in housing. And also we have it's overseen by Dr. Christy Sutherland, who is our medical director, and she provides primary care as an in-reach service to this program. So a lot of these folks who have been completely lost to any primary care, who use emergency like crazy, are now receiving respectful, non-judgmental primary care within the program.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Jing, it's your turn. Yes, could you cite the point of order that you would like, Councillor DeGenova? Okay, if we need to call a recess, I will call a recess, but you could sit down and state the point of order. Okay, I'm going to call a recess. We'll come back at 11:35 and hopefully we'll be ready to conduct the business. Yeah, it's 11:27, so we'll take a 8-minute recess and hopefully Back. Okay, it is 11:35, so we're back. Ms. Culbertson, you had questions from Councillor Jang.
Hello, thank you for coming and for all the good work you guys do. Just to be clear, because I also had calls from media in response to some other media calls and whatnot. Right. I just happen to have who go to the Drinkers Lounge is drinking.
That is correct, yeah. We've actually had members, we had two members
Methyl alcohol, which actually causes neurological damage and blindness in large quantities. When I used to work at a Chinese grocery store in Chinatown, they used to buy Chinese cooking wine.
That's right.
And they put salt in it to make it unpalatable.
So I think we introduced probably 50 or 60 members annually, and we're currently at 173. Because of the closure of the Drug Users Resource Center and a transition into a much smaller program, we've lost some people. But we're hoping that if this recommendation goes forward and we can fully launch this program, then we'll be able to recapture the folks that aren't coming right now.
Okay. So really, as I understand it, and from the staff report, that we're leveraging 2-to-1 in terms of money, and it's really for an assessment of the program that's been in existence to see whether or not evidence-based practice, right?
Yes.
If it works well, then that becomes part of a regularized program, not unlike Insight.
That's correct, yes. A community
And the research that goes with it, as well as Vancouver Coastal Health, correct?
That is correct. Vancouver Coastal Health aren't currently funding this program.
Correct, yeah.
But we're hoping they look at it.
Right, so your big partner then is BC Centers for Disease Control.
That is correct, yes.
And certainly from my experience, alcoholism and alcohol abuse is a bigger problem than fentanyl and heroin and whatnot throughout the city.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a population that have been excluded everywhere, difficult to engage, and often living in clusters in parks and in harm's way in every possible way you can think.
It's very much a quiet addiction, if you would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I was saying before, there's a reason there are many, many bars along the Hastings corridor. There are many people that depend on them for their addiction.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jang.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor DiGenova, did you have a question that would materially impact your vote in this matter of the speaker? Okay, great. Ms. Culbertson, I did have a question for you. This program actually started in 2013. So these hypothesized impacts that Councillor DiGenova spoke to earlier, did they come to pass with the program?
They didn't. We continue to see folks that are long-term alcoholics that are street entrenched. And really our biggest mode of engagement is when someone hears about the program and comes in with a bottle of rubbing alcohol. And we have an exchange. So we give them a liter of alcohol, and then we have an opportunity for a chat and to build some trust and a relationship. And then the next thing you know, we've got them coming to the support group. and then to the Brewers Co-op, where they learn to brew their own alcohol, and then they're with us every day. So it's really incremental in building. It's really relationship-based, and it's very culturally safe. The community we serve is about 90% Indigenous, and we are closely aligned with Culture Saves Lives, and this program is run by and for the Indigenous population it serves.
So it's more about continuing a program that's been very successful as opposed to establishing a new thing.
Absolutely. Continuing a program and sort of moving it forward in its natural evolution and getting a really good evaluation going.
Great. And if a counselor who wasn't as familiar with this program wanted to visit it, is that something that could happen?
Absolutely. I would love to have any of you at any time.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, next speaker is Candace Norris, followed by Tracy Morrison. Welcome, Candace. Sorry for that break.
That's okay. It's okay. My name is Candace Norris, and I'm a peer research associate on the Aboriginal Health and Healing and Wellness Working Group. I'm also a resident in the downtown east side. I'm in recovery as well, and I'd like to, PHS is a big help for that. I am a single mom who accesses the very organizations we have studied. And in the study, as well as my own experiences, I have witnessed the need for cultural programming for our Aboriginal families and children who are most often struggling with addictions, poverty, and or mental health issues. I see the need for addiction programs that house families and children together under one roof to recover together as opposed to children being taken to foster care. These homes or houses with recovery-based programs that include a cultural aspect to it, such as smudging, ceremony, talking circles, and regular access to elders. The future of our healing depends on such work as these, to reclaim our identities and rebuild our families, which will bring us closer to healing and self-identity and strength. There are a few organizations that know this truth, however, have barriers to fully incorporating these practices. For example, we have She-Way, is a well-used program for pregnant women or new mothers and families who struggle with addictions, alcohol and drugs dependencies, mental health issues, and poverty as well. There are a lot of clients, and most of whom are Aboriginal. The barriers She-Way faces are a lack of appropriate space to meet the needs to smudge in, funding cuts, and only one cultural worker. This and many other organizations in the downtown east side also offer Aboriginal medical services that meet the needs to Western practices. However, they need more traditional healers, drumming, songs, and crafts. We need to tie that up with Western medicine to bring a holistic balance to health and wellness. The number, as well as my experience, show the need for greater access to culture and healing to keep our families together so we may teach them to walk in a good way, to understand who we are, thus stopping the cycles that are not working. Once we know where we come from, we'll know how to move forward. Investing in healing practices is a small price to pay for a positive outcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norris, and thanks for your work. There are no questions. Next up, we have Tracy Morrison. Not here. Okay. And Elmer Azek? No, not here either. Okay. Well, that brings us then to Delana Bowen.
Hello, everyone. It's
Welcome.
been a while since I've been here. Nice to see you all again. I'd like to first acknowledge the Coast Salish people, the Tsleil-Waututh, the Musqueam, and the Squamish. I'd also like to recognize and acknowledge Mayor and Council, and thank you for hearing us today. The Aboriginal Wellness Center is an opportunity for the City of Vancouver to be a leader in the health and wellness arena. Increasingly, spiritual leaders, health professionals, and traditional practitioners recognize the essential need and concept of healing as a consummate endeavor. We acknowledge there is not core healing without addressing the whole person, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. At the core of this approach is the essence of who we are, our culture, and our traditions. As we are focusing on the city of Vancouver, this is especially true of our sisters and brothers in the downtown east side, many of whom are First Nations who have survived traumas such as intergenerational trauma from residential schools and the consequential family violence, addiction, and other forms of victimization. There is much to say in favor of an Aboriginal Healing and Wellness Center. However, I would like to focus on some of the possibilities of this integrated wellness path. We know, and I can speak from personal experience, that traditional ceremony is a vital part of the First Nations healing and experience. There is a sense of belonging, of family when ceremony is shared. As the disconnection from oneself and one's heritage is experienced on a continual basis due to the trauma and life's challenges, the need for escape is heightened. All of these circumstances culminate in addiction, mental and physical health issues. In other words, an unhealthy lifestyle. We believe that it is time to change our approach in governance regarding health solutions. We need to understand that if the spirit is not well, it follows that the person is not well. I believe that the Aboriginal Wellness and Healing Center will prove to be very positive in creating alternate possibilities to our current systems, allowing people to reconnect with their respective culture and therefore investing in themselves. This is key, as the most devastating cost of addiction is people being disconnected from their true selves. This will save civic, provincial, and federal governments a large amount of funds and create opportunities for healthy, inclusive communities that ensure all of the people are cared for in a good way. It is imperative. More than that, it is our responsibility to provide opportunities for healing that reach beyond our current models. The wonderful part of this is we have the ways and means at hand for us to use. There is a wealth of human resources available. For example, the Downtown Eastside Center for the Arts, which is planning their move into the Interurban Gallery, is initiating an innovative model component for our own arts programs. Every program will have an elder present to share teachings, and if people are in crisis, we will have because we have an open door policy, the elder will be there for support. It is a start. And of course, we will be coming to the city for additional funding. In closing, I thank you for your time, and I want to leave you with this thought. We all
We must remember why we are here as a city of reconciliation, to serve the communities and our city to the best of our ability, unselfishly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. I think you have questions for Mayor Robertson. Yeah.
I'll spare you the questions and just say a big and heartfelt thank you for your words and all your work in the community. And I jumped on to move things forward with
Okay.
the motion.
Well, then I'll thank you for coming, Delana. I don't think there's many testaments to the power of culture in healing, but you are definitely one of the people I hold up as a great example for how that can make change in people's lives and community.
Thank you all.
Okay, Mayor Robertson, you were going to move us along. I did promise council an opportunity to ask questions of staff before we move to a motion. So if people had, did you have questions of staff or your?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, so I'll advance you and move to Councillor DeGenova who has questions of staff, and then I'll move us to the main queue for the motion. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I had a question regarding certain point of the motion talked about school prevention, working with the Vancouver School Board. I'm just wondering why Odd Squad Productions is not mentioned in that. Although it's not the Vancouver Police Department, it's a separate entity that was a nonprofit organization that was, I understand, founded by a number of Vancouver police officers who worked in the downtown east side, who worldwide are known for their prevention programs. So I'm just wondering why they're not stated. I see a number of other nonprofit groups stated here in this report, and it looks to give funding to them, but why was Odd Squad Productions not considered?
Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy, and through the chair. The focus of this program is on mental health, and it's based on our most recent evidence of good practice and best practice. And so the Odd Squad has a particular program. You know, I have to say that the evidence on that is a bit mixed. It tends to use more what we would call scare tactics with young people. And so what we're looking to do with this is to just go with the evidence that we have. It's not to say that we wouldn't include them or talk to them or what have you, but I think I'll just leave it at that and just say that it is a different kind of a program, a different kind of initiative than I think what's being contemplated here.
So another question that I have then is, what do you mean by a vetted program? I mean, you said that that's somewhat of a controversial, or maybe not controversial. I won't put words in your mouth, but you said that they use scare tactics. How instead did you choose the programs and organizations?
The Canadian Mental Health Association has a lot of expertise in this. I think they're well known for their work in mental health in the country and actually around the world. They also have a program that is similar for students who are in grade 11 and 12, and it's been highly successful. It's been assessed, and so what they are looking to do is move it into earlier years because there's a prevention kind of program for young people lacking in that area.
Okay. Thank you. Another question I have is regarding the Drinkers Lounge. The last question I wasn't quite able to ask, but I'd like it to be on the record, is what about youth or people who are under the age of 19 who come in, who struggle with addictions issues and are perhaps drinking or ingesting different types of alcohol, such as Purell. I know that you go to a hospital now and most of the hand sanitizer dispensers are empty for those reasons. I'm just wondering, will people be ID'd? Will they be referred if they're not 19 years old? Will people under the age of 19 be welcome, and will they be given liquor at the Drinkers Lounge? Could you elaborate on that?
I will allow PHS to speak for their particular program, but any program is required if they come across somebody who they suspect is under the age to be calling the appropriate authorities. I mean, that's a requirement that everybody needs to adhere to. I'll ask Coco Cuthersbin if they've had any incidents of minors accessing the program.
And what they would do if they did.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
As you know, there are an unfortunate growing contingency of underage youth in the downtown east side that are consuming a myriad of illicit substances, and alcohol is included in that group. I can't speak to what's happening today, but I can tell you that over the last few years, we have seen some younger folks come through, very few. We refer them to our youth outreach worker and our Aboriginal Director of Services if that's the appropriate referral. And we will also connect them with the MCFD if that's possible at the time, and Watari outreach as well, depending on what youth services are, what the youth would be compliant in connecting with, respecting the youth's rights and wishes and self-determination. And well, right away, they're not taken into the drinkers lounge. If they come in with icy propanol, we will do an exchange without IDing them, but we will have a conversation and connect them in with service that's appropriate.
Okay, so
Our first step of intervention with that youth or young person would be trying to build trust and relationship.
Counselor, oh, sorry, Ms. Culbertson, please finish.
Oh, knowing that the population, the target population we serve in that community are highly non-compliant, incredibly street entrenched, and live very high-risk lifestyles. So we do not exclude someone who may appear to be under 19, but we do a bit of a deeper investigation into what the circumstances is and try to gently wrap around supports that are appropriate without scaring them away.
Thank you.
So Councillor DeGenova, you are over time, but I don't think there are any other councillors with questions. So if you need more information in order to cast your vote with an informed mind on this, I'm happy to let you continue asking questions.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Jane, I'm assuming you didn't have questions? No, okay. Mayor Robertson, the clerk is happier when I move us to the main queue, so I'm just going to do that and put you and Councillor Jang back on. Okay, Mayor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to move the motion, including all the recommendations that are in this report. I think it's an excellent set of recommendations for Council to approve, and big thanks to staff for their incredible support for years now. Mary Claire Zach and Chris Van Veen and the whole team have done extraordinary amount of work to support the task force, which is quite a large community of key leaders in the city working on mental health and addictions. In a particularly difficult time in this past year, it's turned into quite a traumatic experience for many involved in the task force, and the impact of the fentanyl and opioid overdose crisis. But this work was prompted some years ago by a real escalation in critical incidents that involve people with mental health challenges, addiction challenges, and we've seen this brewing for many, many years. There's a long-standing pattern now of inadequate support from the provincial government for mental health, the federal government as well, who, to their credit, I think have acknowledged the dearth of support for mental health across Canada, and are seeking to rectify that with more investment and focus on destigmatization and supporting the provinces and health authorities in that respect. But there continues to be a lot more that needs to be done, and I'm so thankful to the whole task force, everyone that took part in it. Took a lot of time and energy invested in this by people in the city who participated in this task force over a number of years, and I think it was, as I've said in the introductory piece yesterday, I think we've been very lucky to have so many world-class researchers, people with lived experience, people working in the community, who all seek to collaborate and really advance this and make sure as a city we're tackling it with everything we have. And I wish that this could all change a lot faster. That's the most frustrating part of it. Change has been slow to make. I'm thankful to see the immediate investments. Again, we're having to continue to invest as a city into dealing with the overdose crisis on the streets and support the peers and frontline workers who are doing overdose prevention and saving lives. You know, these recommendations really tie directly to the 4 pillars work going back many years now in Vancouver that we've been committed to as a city. And that harm reduction work continues to be essential to save lives, particularly with such dangerous drugs now on the street. But you know, we've spoke extensively about treatment and the pressure that we need to continue to put on the provincial and federal government to invest in treatment, in making sure that that there are health supports for people who currently don't have them. Hundreds and hundreds of people who don't have the support that they need for mental health and addictions. And that needs to come from the province and the federal government. These investments are really more focused on the longer term piece, on education and prevention, which is of critical importance and a role that I think is appropriate for the city to play. And so I'm really happy to see, again, more investment in destigmatization, which is so essential to this work, the focus on children and youth and prevention through with our younger people, focus on our urban Aboriginal population and making sure that that disproportionate impact is addressed and supporting the community partners in that front, as well as great programs like PHS Friends with Alcohol and recognizing that there's a whole array of different drugs, substances that can be incredibly difficult for people to deal with when they're already struggling with trauma and health challenges. So I'm really happy to see the leverage here that these grants and investments are driving, that we're seeing partners across the city, other levels of government and community participating and also helping fund these efforts. That's, I think, a great statement as to the importance of all of this. And I'm really happy to see the next steps starting to take shape. I know probably a lot of people that have been part of the task force are going to want to participate in the ongoing table and the leadership table that's part of our Healthy City strategy going forward. And we'll have to leave it to staff to come back with recommendations on how we're very inclusive and keep everyone engaged and keep convening such an incredibly bright and dedicated group of people to do our best work together. But I'm sure our staff will have great suggestions how we do that. And thanks again, everyone, for helping us lead on this.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Jang, before we get to you, I need a motion to extend the meeting to complete
the end
business.
of this item.
Well, I need a motion to complete the business, and then we'll complete this item, take a recess, and come back. Okay. That's the motion on the floor. Okay. Anyone all in favor of the motion? Any opposed to the motion? It carries unanimously. Councillor Jang, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, thanks to everyone for coming out today, as well as our staff who've worked tirelessly on this file, all the community partners. I think, as Mayor Robertson said, it was a couple of years ago, actually, when the Vancouver police were having to respond to a lot more mental health calls. And it become a bit of a crisis. We saw violent incidents. We saw the numbers of apprehensions go up to new record heights. And then as part of it was to convene the task force to help deal with these issues. And at the same time, in the last year or so, we've had fentanyl and the addiction crisis all happening all at the same time. Well, what's made this task force successful was the fact that when you look at how many people were involved in all the different agencies, Vancouver Police, health authorities, First Nations health authorities, folks who were work for nonprofits, people who work on the streets, people with lived experience, doctors, you name it, lawyers. We even had deputy health ministers come, and so on and so forth. And they kept coming back, and they kept coming back, and they kept coming back. Every time we had a meeting, it was packed. And the reason for that was because everybody was treated equally. It didn't matter what your training was or who you were from or whatever, right? Everybody respected each other, and everybody got a chance to speak. And I think the recommendations outlined in the staff report really reflect those types, what came out of those discussions. These recommendations are not only action-oriented, they're also getting at evaluation, making sure what we're doing is based in evidence and proving that it works or doesn't work. And proving that it doesn't work doesn't mean it's a failure. It means that it needs some changes, it needs some tweaks. And that's how science goes ahead, and that's how treatment should also go ahead. 20 years ago when we worked in the expansion of the medical school, we moved deliberately to a very evidence-based curriculum. And that has made huge. I mean, we had somebody here today talking about how great modern medicine was, that they recovering from a heart attack and here to speak today. Same with me. I had a brain aneurysm. I'm still here. Not that many years ago, wouldn't have happened without the research, the evaluation to make sure everything works. Same thing goes for mental health. Whether it's a heart attack, a brain aneurysm, hypertension, you name it, it's the evidence that makes a difference. What's also very gratifying about these recommendations and the task force is that bringing so many people together, BC, Centre for Disease Control, whomever, all the nonprofits, we're actually able to leverage city funds. So on most of these projects, we're not doing it on our own and taking the risk. We are working with our partners directly, and they've got skin in the game. And that's huge. I've never seen in my career, such cross-jurisdictional care and help. And I think, Delana, you put it best at the very end. I thank you for saying those words, because that is exactly what we should be doing to promote mental health. So this report is a win-win. We need to keep this going on the leadership table that's coming up. And it's going to be a tough one to figure out, because there's going to be a lot of people wanting to be involved. But I know that with the very strong foundations we set a few years ago, and everybody's got to know each other now, that we can go forward. And I'm glad to see, as someone who works in mental health, for the first time we're seeing mental health move from the bottom of the barrel, the last thing we all worry about, up into the forefront and integrated. Just so, and it's not always just about making someone feel better or treating their depression or schizophrenia or addictions or what have you, but preventing it from happening in the first place. And that's absolutely key. This is the 4 pillars in action. There's not one thing in these recommendations that you couldn't put under one of the 4 pillars, whether it's enforcement, whether it's treatment, whether it's prevention, or what have you. Each one of those recommendations easily falls under at least 2 of those 4 pillars. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Robertson, for taking up that baton when I was whining and complaining and everybody was going on. We got to do something about it. We got one heck of a good response from our community, and it really takes our role as a city to convene those folks. So again, thank you to everyone for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jane. Councillor DiGenova.
I've sent an amendment to the clerk, and I'd also like to ask that when we vote, we sever each item, including the 3 items under E, and vote separately.
I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue. So do you want to push the button and get on the amendment queue, and then you can walk us through your amendment?
Clerk, but I've just simply asked that for E, for item E, part 3, that we change the source of funding from the 2017 contingency budget for the opioid crisis to the city's innovation fund. And the reason for this is I think that, we should be moving forward regardless of whether or not there was a contingency budget for the opioid crisis, to provide a grant of $60,000 to Raycam Community Center. I'm not quite sure how it was thought out that every other piece here is the city's innovation fund, and then every other piece here seems to be the contingency budget for the opioid crisis. But I'm very concerned that if we didn't, within 48 hours, just throw this extra 0.5% on the taxpayers, that we wouldn't consider a grant of $60,000 to Raycam Community Center. So for those reasons, I'm hoping we can actually change the source of funding to the city's innovation fund.
Sorry, Councillor DiGenova. So you only want to change that for the one item. The other one's reference to the contingency budget for the opioid crisis, you do not have an opinion on?
Not at this time.
Okay.
At this time, it's just specifically this.
This item. Okay. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I can't support the amendment, and the reason I can't support it is I trust that staff know the appropriate sources of funding for these particular programs, and I anticipate, well, there was already even a slight request that in the future there will be more monies forthcoming, and I trust that at that time, if there isn't the contingency budget in place that we did approve by increasing the tax base by 0.5%, which I will remind council is a very small amount per household, $4 for a condominium owner, around $10 for a homeowner, and $19 for a business property owner. Very small amounts, that's per year, to enable the $3.5 million to be in place to respond to the opioid crisis. I am assuming that council will be in a position to look at future funding through the next budget process. So I have no worries about that future, and I think that I place my trust in staff to have recommended the appropriate sources in this report.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meigs.
Well, I didn't call a point of order because I'm not exactly sure what area it would fall under into the air, but the Innovation Fund, Madam Chair, is not to be directed by council. It's in its mandate and its terms of reference. It's got to be done by a staff-driven process with partnerships from other agencies. So I think that if we were to vote on this, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, of course, that this would be contrary to the terms of the Innovation Fund. What staff have done here is proposed this grant from other sources of funding, which I think are city-driven, and therefore it's not appropriate and could not be funded from the Innovation Fund under policies adopted by council.
An interesting point, Councillor Meigs, but I suspect the fact that we're voting on other Innovation Fund ones as part of this motion suggests that that's not entirely accurate, that we can vote on Innovation Fund, or it would rule the whole motion out of order.
Well, my point is that the proposal to use the Innovation Fund is supposed to be staff-driven. I have investigated this. Of course, I could be wrong, Madam Chair. You're very up to speed on this stuff, too. I see the city manager may be able to help.
Could you clarify?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair and Council. The Innovation Fund has a series of criteria in it and has a match requirement, and as you've indicated. And so what we do with each proposal that we bring forward is try to match the activity with the source of funds, and what we've done is exactly as Councillor Carr has indicated, is we've matched what we feel is the best sources of funds for the activities that we're proposing. So that's where we landed. And we do go through the process to ensure that each use for the Innovation Fund meets the criteria that's outlined in the report. So that's what we've done.
Okay, so council's reasonably clear on, okay. Councillor Affleck to the amendment.
I'm just wondering if the city manager can be more conclusive on what Councillor Meigs was stating. Is that contrary to what we're allowed to do to change with Councillor DeGenova's attempt here? Is that counter to what's allowed? Is what Councillor Meigs has addressed?
If I understand what Councillor Meigs was suggesting is that council could not change the allocation to the Innovation Fund on the floor of council, and haven't talked to law about that, so I can't actually directly respond to it. To my knowledge, that's not prevented, but it wouldn't be recommended based on the fact that we do try to make sure that everything that's allocated to the Innovation Fund meets the Innovation Fund criteria. So I would need to get back to you if you wanted a legal assessment. I don't know off the top of my head.
Well,
so can I answer your question?
If I might.
No, not really, but it's, I mean, it's.
Councillor Affleck.
I know you can't answer it, so I appreciate that you.
If I might, as chair, in fact, I will as chair, that's my prerogative. The fact that other parts of this motion suggest, in fact, not just suggest, but say that council has to approve an allocation from the Innovation Fund would clearly suggest that we could do that with an amendment. I think Councillor Meigs' point is that our procedure and policy that council passed for the Innovation Fund clearly states that staff are to recommend it, and staff have not recommended it, but there's nothing that is in opposition to us voting for it. It would be the recommendation from Councillor DeGenova that would be somewhat suspect and against the policy, but we do have the right to vote on it should we choose.
Okay, so I'll take that as an affirmative that you're fine with the motion itself. So I'll support Councillor DeGenova's amendment. I think that it actually, in my mind, is more clearly aligned to the Innovation Fund as opposed to the Opioid Fund in its structure. And so to me, it makes more sense to put it in the Innovation Fund as opposed to the Opioid Fund that's set aside. So I'll support the amendment. I would also like everything severed as well, if possible. Thank you.
Councillor Louis to the amendment.
I
apologize, Madam Chair. I'm trying to do the math quickly in my head on the matching component because it is, as Councillor describes, at least in part, the matching component as city managers articulated. When we first created the Innovation Fund, it was meant to leverage at least on a one-for-one basis and hopefully at a much higher rate. And going through the report, there are components, as you've stated, Madam Chair, that there are matching funds that come from other outside organizations. I expect, having not done the math, that the reason why there are components here that are listed, innovation and others from contingency reserve, for instance, contingency budget for opioid crisis, is because we haven't secured the amount of matching funds in those types of instances. And so, given that staff's recommendations is that we draw from this contingency budget, which council approved, the majority, as appropriate, and we haven't secured matching funding, unless some of the councillors are aware of matching funding from some other instance, then it would be out of order for the amendment to draw from the Innovation Fund without that matching amount. So
Councillor Louis, are you challenging my ruling, or are you simply stating why you'd like to vote against it?
I will vote against it because of the reasons why. But I expect that it is exactly that, and I think in the end, should it fail, that we'll be able to move forward on this, but I don't believe that this type of motion is, in fact, in order, but I will not challenge.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I will now speak to it since you've raised the point around order. I think the question before us is whether it's advisable to break our policies and procedures regarding the Innovation Fund to do this on the floor amendment, not whether it's allowed. Council clearly has the ability to vote on the Innovation Fund, or we would not be doing it subsequently in other parts of the motion. So for all the reasons Councillor Louis states, I will be voting against the amendment, but I do believe it's in order for us to consider an ill-advised suggestion. Okay, with that, we are going to the voting queue. Councillor Louis and Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson, any vote you'd like to register on this one? Okay, so we have 10 councillors here. There are 3 in favor and 10 members of council here. 3 in favor, 7 in opposition. Councillors Reimer, Louis, Deal, Jang, Meggs, and Carr. And Mayor Robertson is also in opposition, so the amendment fails, and we are back to the main motion. Okay, Councillor DeGenova, did you have anything on the main motion?
Yes, I do. First of all, Councillor Jang had just said that he was happy that council was taking action. What I heard, even from the speaker and asking the questions, is that $35,000 isn't going to be enough to sustain this program. This certainly is a pilot, and although I think that the Naomi trial did excellent work in Vancouver, it didn't. I'll just wait until all councillors can either be quiet or leave the chamber.
Do you have a point of order,
I wasn't going to call one, but if it's necessary, I will.
Okay, well, your clock's running, so you're welcome to use your
So for those reasons, I'm very concerned. I understand that, and I actually have walked the downtown east side with Mayor Philip Owen and with the Odd Squad, and on a ride along with the Vancouver Police Department. And I'm very concerned that this certainly isn't enough money, and if anything, it's just a Band-Aid. It's not a solution, and here we have a government that has been in government for 9 years. 9 years. So perhaps if these were small solutions that were being brought forward in the first year, I could understand that, but this seems to me like a Band-Aid effect. I'd also like to see, I mean, we're debating it later today, but I could find $8,000 and I could type out a new logo for you if you'd like, and we could put that towards the opioid crisis. So if we truly want to deal with the crisis in front of us right now, then I think that we should be looking at our own resources and where we can find that money and put that money towards this instead of putting more on the backs of the taxpayers who find Vancouver completely unaffordable, and actually some of those individuals are being forced into homelessness. So for those reasons, I find it difficult. There are some things in here that I will be able to support, but there are certainly some things that I just won't be able to support because I'm afraid that these actually could work really well. If we worked with the province, if we worked with other funding partners, if we consulted with our first responders, such as the ambulance paramedics of BC. I haven't seen them invited to any meetings, and they're the only first responders who can actually transport people to the hospital when unfortunately they do face that overdose and need to get there. I mean, the firefighters do fantastic work, but they still can't transport people to the hospital. So for that reason, I'll be able to vote for some of the recommendations, not for others, and I hope that we will be able to sever, as I had asked for, each item, including E. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Just before we get to Councillor Carr, Councillors Affleck and DeGenova, I'm happy to sever. It is 10 separate votes that would all have to be done on computer, and that will take some time. So if you're not planning to vote against all of them, it might be helpful for Council to know which ones are and aren't, but I'm happy to walk us through that process if you'd prefer. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, my thanks to everyone who came to speak to us, and my thanks to everyone in the community doing the work to support people who have mental health issues or addiction issues. You know, on a personal note, my son is, or our son, is a nurse, and he is the head nurse of a mental health and addictions outreach team, community outreach and street team on the Sunshine Coast. I'm so proud of what he does, and I think that, and I understand the challenges and the joy in that work. So just to say to you, thank you for what you do. It makes a huge difference to people within our city. I'm very happy that the report and the task force itself did look at both mental health and addictions. So this is not one or the other. I think we're very caught up right now with addressing the opioid crisis. But you know, there's two elements to the work. With the same degree of interest, compassion, understanding, and support. And so I see that in this report, and I'm very happy to see that. And the final point I want to make is that we really are attempting to mitigate the crises that are out there and provide solutions so there are fewer people who face the challenges in an unsupported way than have been in the past. I was very taken by the statistic and the update that staff provided us at the beginning of this report that in January there were 45 overdose deaths in Vancouver. I did the math. I mean, that's 540 that would be this year if we don't abate this. 540 is more than double the crisis numbers of last year. So I really urge fellow councillors to vote for this breadth of activities, all of which has impacting positively.
Speak in support of all of the recommendations. This is an amazing menu of items. It's 9 separate new actions in addition to thanking and appreciating all the work that's gone into this and receiving it from information. That's an astounding amount of work and a multivariate work with lots of partnerships and support. I mean, the VPD supporting the Drinkers Lounge is hugely important to us, so that the police department's support of that lounge is great. The partnerships throughout the city with Coastal Health, the use of the funding, and if people don't like the opioid fund and they vote against the ones that receive funding from there, well, we'll watch for that. But right now, what I'm seeing is amazing creativity, flexibility, and working with all of our partners and finding the right people to do the right work in so many different areas of this challenging scenario that's in front of us right now. And there's hope here. And finding hope has been very challenging in recent months and this last year in particular, I would say, for a lot of people. So for bringing us something to do, not just to go, oh my goodness, what is going on here? But to actually give us actions, things to do, partners to work with, people, peers, people in living the lives to work with and help and allow them to help us help them. I think that's hugely important. So thank you for this work. And I'm not only speaking in support of all of the parts of the motion, but I will actually vote in support of all of the parts of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Seeing no other councillors, I'll add a brief word from myself, very brief, because I am super conscious that while we talk, people really are literally dying in the downtown east side and across the city from both mental illness and addiction. And I don't think I could say it better than Councillor Jang did around the gratitude to the people who find a way to come and work together and speak on these issues. I've note that the province hasn't convened the table, the feds haven't convened the table. It's been left to the city to try and figure out how to manage. And I know it's a lot to ask people who are suffering trauma to come and talk about how to end trauma. So it's not left unnoticed how critical that is to the kinds of recommendations that are being brought forward, and I think bear some chance of success where earlier generations of action obviously didn't, because we still have a lot of people in trauma who are dying on our streets. Mayor Robertson, did you want to add anything? Okay, so back to that 10 vote proposition that we have before us. If it's helpful to know, it is only items C, D, and E3 that have opioid fund attached to them. So if that was, no, you just want to go through? Okay. Okay, so can you guys fire up your engines on the voting screen so it's in front of you? Okay, so this is A, which is to receive the report for information. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, and to also thank the task force partners. That is an important part. Okay, good news, unanimous. Okay, we are on to vote number 2, which is a grant of $40,000 to the Bloom Group for coordinated mental health and addictions system. Everybody's in favor of that one. All right. Item C, that council approve up to $30,000 in funding to build the capacity of peers doing frontline work to prevent overdose deaths. All those in favor. We have 10 members of council in the chamber. 8 are in favor, 2 are opposed. Councillors Affleck and Councillor DeGenova. Okay, that brings us to D, that council approve $100,000 to implement mental health and addictions destigmatization programs, including an awareness campaign. All of those in favor. There are 10 members of council in the chamber, 8 are in favor, 2 are opposed, Councillors Affleck and DeGenova. I'm sorry, I know this gets repetitive, but I have to read out the members in opposition per the Vancouver procedure bylaw. E will be split into 3 votes. So we will start with 1, 40 grand to the McCreary Centre Society for implementation and monitoring of phase 2 actions of the Trust Collective Impact. Yeah, you guys can read that. Okay, 10 councillors in the chamber, 8 in favor, 10 members of council in the chamber, 8 are in favor, 2 are in opposition, Councillors Affleck and DeGenova. That brings us to item 2, $40,000 to the, E2, $40,000 to the Canadian Mental Health Association towards curriculum development for grades 6 and 7 students. Councillor Meggs, okay, we have unanimous support for that. And that now on to item E3, a grant of up to 60 grand for the Raycam Community Center Society for a 20-month pilot of Our Place Circle of the Child community-based response strategy. Mayor Robertson, I need a vote. Okay, we have 10 members of council in the chambers. 8 are in favor, 2 are opposed, Councillors Affleck and Councillor DeGenova. We are now on to F in the home stretch here, that we council approve $100,000 to pilot and evaluate Aboriginal healing and wellness activities. I am so pleased to say that is unanimous. Okay, we are on to G, second last one, that council approve a grant of $35,283 to PHS Community Services for a managed alcohol program. We have 10 members of council in the chamber. 8 are in favor, 2 are opposed, Councillors Affleck and Councillor DeGenova. And we are on the very last of the recommendations, recommendation H, which directs staff to create an Urban Health Leaders Action Council to advance oversight moving forward. Councillor Louis, okay, there are 10 members of council in the chamber. There are 8 in favor of establishing a Leaders Action Council and 2 members of council opposed to establishing such a council, Councillor Affleck and Councillor DeGenova. And that is it for this item. Thank you, everyone. We are about to have what we refer to as break, although as council knows that involves you getting to an in-camera meeting. So we'll break now. We'll be back here in this chamber at 2:30, and council, I'm advised that we are starting in camera at 12:45. Sorry, a reset. Okay, I think we have a quorum of counselors. Okay, we have a quorum of counselors back in the chambers, so I'm going to call us to order as much as that's possible, and welcome everyone back. We have 2 items remaining on the agenda, the first of which is the presentation from the Vancouver Public Library, and they'll be presenting their 2020 strategic plan. So I'm going to invite Kyla Epstein, board chair, up to do the presentation. Welcome, Ms. Epstein.
All right. Is this good enough for the microphone for everybody?
Yep, that's
great.
Perfect.
Okay. Madam Chair, Mayor, Council, I'm so pleased to be here as the chair of the Vancouver Public Library. I'm Kyla Epstein. And like Council, we at VPL would like to acknowledge that our branches and our work take place on the unceded and traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I would also like to acknowledge with me today here, is former chair of VPL, Mary Lynn Baum, right over there, and trustee Carellen Brooks. Should we give them a round of applause? Councillor Stevenson's clapping, that's a good sign. And I am delighted to be here on behalf of the VPL board to present to you Vancouver Public Library's 2017 to 2020 strategic plan. And before I get into the nuts and bolts of it, I'd like to thank you all in person for your recognition that public libraries are more than books on shelves, that what we really are is inclusive and equitable social and learning infrastructure that ensures everyone in our community has the access and opportunities to create and share knowledge, information, and culture. Your broad understanding and perspective continue to inspire the board and staff. And we very much appreciate the financial investment that you make in the library each year, including the recently approved increase to the library's 2017 operating budget. This support enables us to provide impactful services across the city and contributing to your many efforts to ensure Vancouver remains the best city in Canada to live and work. When people think of libraries, most people first think about books. But as you know, in a world where the way people learn and access information has and continues to dramatically change, the services offered by public libraries have also changed over the years, and we continue to evolve. Given this ongoing evolution, we at VPL are always considering what role the modern library should play in learning, information exchange, knowledge generation, recreation, and community building. How do we maintain our commitment to supporting intellectual freedom, sustaining communities of knowledge, and providing free, equitable access to information and ideas when there are such profound changes in the way these are generated, shared, and accessed? These were the critical questions we considered as we developed a plan to guide our activities to 2020. We wanted to create a plan that ensures the services we offer remain relevant as the world around us changes. We knew that we needed to listen carefully to our community, our staff, and our partners to make this happen. We also knew that we needed to do some research to fully understand the nature of these changes and how they might shape the library of the future. We developed the VPL 2020 plan from March to December of 2016 in close consultation with staff, patrons, and the community. From March through May, we analyzed the results of the last strategic plan, benchmarked VPL against other Canadian libraries, and conducted research, including extensive consultation with staff, patrons, and the public to look at worldwide leading library practices, to understand what is happening in allied sectors such as education and community services, and the broader information ecosystem, and to examine how we must adapt to meet the current needs of Vancouver residents and consider how we must anticipate the future. From April to September, keeping our vision in mind and taking into consideration key things we learned from our stakeholders and our research activities, the VPL board and management drafted outcome statements and goals to focus our planning. We then tested these with staff, patrons, and the community. From August to December, an overview of the strategic plan was developed and tested broadly in a survey that was open to the members of the public, employees, and patrons. Considering this feedback, the plan was then drafted, refined, and approved. All told, over 4,000 people contributed over 16,000 ideas through 59 in-person sessions and 2 online surveys to shape VPL 2020. Now, some things aren't changing with our new strategy. Specifically, our mission and vision have not changed. Our mission is a free place for everyone to discover, create, and share ideas and information. And our vision is an informed, engaged, and connected city. What is new is our overarching goal for 2020, which will help us gauge how successful we've been with this strategic plan. Our goal is that by 2020, we are all connected to the ideas and information we need to be inspired and thrive. Another new element intended to focus our efforts are 4 strategic outcome areas: learning, creativity, and innovation, access and equity, sharing and collaboration, organizational strength. Each outcome has goals and actions associated with it to guide our work. Together, these comprise the VPL 2020 strategic framework. Now, this is something you'll be particularly interested in. VPL 2020 is designed to support many City of Vancouver strategic priorities, including the Healthy City Strategy's lifelong learning goal and the City of Vancouver digital strategy through our focus on learning, creativity, and innovation, the Housing and Homelessness Strategy and the Mayor's Task Force on Mental Health through our focus on access and equity, the Engaged City Strategy and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action through our focus on sharing and collaboration, the Green City Action Plan, Renewable City Strategy, and the City of Vancouver Corporate Business Plan through our focus on developing a strong organization that is adaptable as civic priorities change. I will now briefly walk through each of these 4 elements in turn. Lifelong learning is fundamental to a healthy community, and the ways people learn and explore new knowledge are changing. Our community has told us that supporting literacy development is an important library role, and they are keenly aware that the different types of literacy needed for success today have evolved. Life in the digital age has brought changes in how people access and assess information. The creative economy is growing, and libraries worldwide have an important supporting role to play by promoting creativity and innovation. With this in mind, we have established the following outcome. By 2020, VPL will be recognized as a go-to venue for learning, creativity, and innovation in Vancouver. We will work collaboratively with Vancouver's learning, creative, cultural, and community organizations to help Vancouverites learn, create, and innovate. In the area of 21st century learning, we will support lifelong learning and literacy development in Vancouver. Specifically, we will help bridge the digital divide in Vancouver. Costs associated with internet access and device purchase make connectivity impossible for some residents. It's not just access that's important, it's knowing how to make use of online resources. We will continue to support digital inclusion by providing access to technology and training. We will provide access to engaging activities to support learning and literacy development. We will continue to champion learning and literacy, and we will continue to help Vancouverites build the literacies they need to succeed in the 21st century, such as information, digital, civic, and media literacies. We will strengthen our collections to support learning and literacy development. Our collections are at the heart of what we do. The quality, availability, and breadth of these collections is important to our patrons. We heard this loud and clear through the community consultation. We will build and maintain diverse and relevant collections in popular formats, and we will continue to celebrate the joy of reading. Under Made at VPL, we will showcase and support the creation of user-generated local content. Specifically, we will provide access to opportunities and spaces for learning, creativity, and innovation across the city. Libraries around the world have always been creation and innovation centers, places where people go not only to get information and content, but to create it as well. Building on the success of our Inspiration Lab, we will offer more and different opportunities around the city for residents to create, innovate, and share. We will collect, curate, and showcase this user-generated local content. Vancouverites are justifiably proud of our local creative talent, and we will promote and encourage emerging Vancouver writers, artists, and creators, and we will continue to collect, share, and preserve community stories. As you all know from your tireless commitment to address this issue, Vancouver has the third least affordable housing market in the world, and in 2013, 21% of us lived below the low-income threshold. The library plays a critical role in helping Vancouver be more affordable by offering spaces and services to everyone free of charge. Even though we've worked hard to be welcoming and accessible for everyone, we know that there are members of our community who find it difficult to use our services or who are unsure if they are really welcome. As well, survey respondents noted how important the library's outreach services are and appreciated the efforts made to reach people who face barriers to accessing public services and as a result may not otherwise come to VPL. As we look to 2020, we need to consider how we address these barriers and how we evolve to make more diverse groups feel welcome. Our research also shows that in general, VPL is not seen as convenient. With more and more demands on people's time, library services must be delivered without this as a barrier. To truly meet the needs of our community, we need to increase convenience and bring the library to people where we can. Finally, welcoming, safe, and well-kept library space is an important community resource and one of the top features Vancouverites value about VPL. We heard from the community during the public consultation that many of our branches feel tired and worn, and there is a desire to see improved cleanliness in many spaces, including the Central Library. With this in mind, we have established the following outcome. By 2020, VPL will be accessible and inviting to everyone. We will work to improve our spaces, resources, collections, and programming, and make them welcoming, inviting, and comfortable. Using the lens of patron-centered experience, we will work to understand the unique needs of the different people who use our services and support their needs and usage preferences where feasible. Specifically, we will increase access and ease of use in branches, online, and in the community. We want to make sure that every interaction with us is a positive experience and that residents have easy and seamless access to library services. We will identify needs and develop services with communities that experience barriers to using the library. We always want to ensure we're relevant and responsive to residents who use us the most. Likewise, we know there are some residents who want to use our services but find this hard to do. We will improve access to our services so that all Vancouverites are able to participate fully. By offering welcoming spaces, we will be a desirable destination because we are easy to use, convenient, and comfortable. Specifically, we will revitalize and refurbish our physical spaces. Our community has told us that our facilities need upgrades and attention to improve accessibility and to create a more welcoming ambiance. We will provide accessible, comfortable, and flexible spaces that meet the needs of our patrons. And we will ensure these spaces are inclusive and welcoming for Vancouver's diverse communities. Vancouverites of every background should feel welcome at any of our branches or online, and we will seek to remove barriers to using our services so that they do. As Council knows, many people in our city feel isolated from their communities and from each other. Recalling a 2012 Vancouver Foundation study, 1 in 4 residents reported feeling alone more often than they'd like, and a third said that Vancouver is a difficult place to make friends. Along with venues like neighborhood houses, libraries are a third place where people can go to be with other people. Successful third places add vibrancy to a city and help people connect with each other and their community. Many of our survey respondents noted that the library is a place where they come to meet new people and to share ideas and information. We know that the library is the most important resource for newcomers, as found in the city's own survey. Sharing isn't new, but technology advances allow us to share more and share more easily. More than 50% of Vancouverites anticipate that their sharing of physical objects and spaces will increase over the next 5 years. And as Vancouver's original sharing institution, we want to facilitate this growing trend in ways that fit with our mission and our vision. And it's not just the sharing of physical objects that's important. In an increasingly diverse society, it is also important that we share experiences, culture, and heritage with each other so that we can understand each other and appreciate our differences. With this in mind, we have established the following outcome. By 2020, the VPL will be at the center of a community that shares information, ideas, and stories. Through community connections, VPL will be a home for civic dialogue. Specifically, we will enable informed community conversations on issues that matter by providing spaces and opportunities for residents to connect with each other. And we will continue to act on the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action outlines steps that organizations should take to address the legacy of residential schools, and VPL has an important role to play. We have reconfirmed our commitment to addressing the TRC calls to action as a library and also to learning more about what we should do to contribute to the broader social effort. We will facilitate platforms for sharing in ways aligned with our mission and vision. Specifically, we will provide spaces and resources for people to share information, ideas, culture, and stories. We will explore how we can expand sharing possibilities in a way that makes sense for the library and continue to investigate ways we can use technology to bring local stories, history, and expertise to a larger community. And we will support Vancouver's cultural and community organizations to extend their reach and impact. Our city is enriched by a huge diversity of community, cultural, and social organizations. These organizations contribute to our collective well-being. We will help them reach wider audiences and support them to increase their impact. As a municipal resource funded by tax dollars, we are accountable to the residents of Vancouver and must show we are making the best use of the funding that we receive. VPL enjoys strong public support, with 84% of residents supporting spending tax dollars on library services regardless of whether they use them or not. However, in a constantly changing landscape, it's important to evolve the services that we offer to continue to meet the growing needs of the community. Vancouverites tend to think traditionally about VPL, with the #1 word used to describe us being books. Many people don't know about the range of services we provide or how we have adapted to meet the needs of a changing world. There is a need to proactively share our stories. While VPL can set grand plans, we know that if we don't have the capacity and capability to implement, we won't be able to make them happen. Without a strong organization, we won't succeed. With this new strategy, we have an opportunity to create an organizational culture that more fully supports and rewards the actions we want to see. With this in mind, we have established the following outcome. By 2020, VPL will be seen as a vital civic service and will be adaptable in the face of change. By focusing on our people and culture, VPL will nurture a responsive and innovative organization that encourages employee enablement, diversity, and well-being. Patrons frequently tell us how much they appreciate VPL staff and how much staff's expertise and dedication is valued. Building on this, we will develop systems that support continuous improvement and innovation. To make sure we can achieve the outcomes we've set for ourselves, we must continue to build an organization that embraces change. We will create new ways for VPL staff to experiment and innovate to improve the services that we offer. And we will nurture an organizational culture where staff can thrive. To do their jobs well and to make change happen, employees must have access to the training, support, tools, and resources they need. Together, we will build organizational and staff capacity so we can provide library services efficiently and be able to adapt and respond to the changes we will face. Our value and impact are important to us. VPL will measure and report its value and performance so that residents can understand the positive contributions of the library. Specifically, we will demonstrate this impact. We will measure and report on the effect of our services so that everyone understands our unique contributions. And we will promote VPL services and offerings. Respondents to our survey told us that they often simply don't know about all that we do. We will increase efforts to help people discover all the great things happening at VPL. Now, promoting offerings is not usually a strategic priority for us. We're much more focused on public service than on self-promotion. However, there was a strong call from patrons during our consultation to do more to let the public know what's on offer at VPL. We dug a little deeper and found through a public survey conducted by NRG Research last fall on behalf of us that while most residents know we lend books, the median awareness of our offerings is only 15%. For example, only 9% of Vancouver residents are aware of our award-winning Inspiration Lab and all the free resources available to them within it. We are funded by citizens to serve citizens, and as such, it's important that Vancouver residents know more about the resources to which they have free access at VPL. With your support, we will do more to promote our offerings and raise this awareness. As you can see from the elements we just walked through, VPL 2020 shifts where we focus, how we deliver, and most importantly, how we support Vancouver's diverse communities. For many in our community, VPL is a place to be, the last free, indoor public space where everyone is welcome. For most in our community, Vancouver Public Library is also a place to become. Our free resources are invaluable in a city as unaffordable as Vancouver. They ensure that everyone who lives here has the opportunity to aspire to their potential. The library is a place that has touched a lot of lives in this room, a place to study for those of you who pursued professional degrees, a place of warmth and refuge for those of you who rose up from the streets to organize and advocate to ensure that all voices in Vancouver are heard and represented. A place to explore and support the arts and artists and creatives who make our city beautiful and inspiring. And a place where we have brought our children to introduce them to all the ways the public library has benefited us and help them make VPL their own. Thank you for your ongoing support of Vancouver Public Library. We're excited about where we're heading and welcome your questions about this strategic plan.
Thank you very much. That was exciting. We have a few counselors with questions, so we're going to start off with Councillor Meggs.
I'm just going to invite Sandra Singh up to join me in case there's questions I need to pass on to her.
Okay. Councillor Meggs.
Yeah, thank you. I've got some questions about inside the library and then a few about outside. So it sounds like a great plan, and I know that the library is always busy because I can never find a place to sit. But that's one of my inside questions, and you know, it's being used for free Wi-Fi, and that's reflected in the numbers, and a lot of activities there. Is there any way to, Are you finding trouble sort of managing that flow of people who are coming and spending a lot of time at terminals, occupying study carrels and so on? Do we need to add more space in that regard, or what's happening on that front? Because I know people are not using it necessarily to come in and take a book and go. That's kind of...
As an operational question, I will pass that on to Sandra.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely, the library is packed. And in fact, in many of our branches across the neighborhood, we reach saturation regularly. And families coming in wouldn't find a place to sit. And certainly at Central Library, it can be very, very packed. We're really pleased to be adding almost 35,000 square feet of public space to the Central Library through the expansion to levels 8 and 9. And that will add an extraordinary amount of space to the Central Library. So it's coming soon.
Oh, okay. On the Connections to Communities goal, I know you did adopt the Access Without Fear policy. Have you had any feedback from the community on it? Because I have, and they're very happy about it. Do you see new engagements occurring from that?
So in terms of the Access Without Fear policy, we haven't had any direct feedback from the community at this point. However, our work in trying to engage with and reach communities members that face barriers to the library continues. And so the library is viewed as an organization that is very welcoming when we get there. But no, we haven't had any specific feedback.
Yeah, I think the people at Sanctuary Health, for one group, have a lot to say about it, very positive about some of the people they're working with now being able to use the library services. The second thing I want to just explore quickly was the comment about patrons feeling that some of the buildings are a bit tired or they're worn and that kind of thing. And I certainly find when I go through the central branch, I don't feel it's worn, but I think that the outside areas have kind of lost their way from a public space standpoint, and that the rotunda shops are quiet and there's not much happening, and it's such a critical part of the downtown. Is that some area that the board has looked at or you've looked at to see if there's other resources in the city that could help animate that? I mean, outside there's a huge plaza which is often empty.
Mm-hmm. We're very interested in animating our plazas. So you might know that the South Plaza is used very informally for gathering. People often eat lunch there or gather, connect with friends there. In terms of the North Plaza, it is rather a quiet space that could really bring new benefit if it were animated more. So it is something that we are looking at through our capital campaign. And in terms of the atrium, it's also a space that we're really interested in improving over time. Our ongoing challenge remains capacity and having to stage some of these big projects. So as you know, we're working on the expansion to levels 8 and 9. Our concurrent priority is the archives relocation and working on that project. And we're also hoping to refresh and refurbish a number of our interior spaces, our lower level children's library, the entry level to the library, and also the third floor where all the internet stations are. And that's all built into that capital fundraising campaign.
I think of the special events office, but also the civic theaters are both trying to figure out new strategies. And I wondered if you had any partnerships with them, because they have a lot of, they're reaching out to people all the time who want to use public space. I wondered if any of those connections were getting established.
We are certainly in closer contact with the civic theaters, who've been very, very helpful to us in terms of relocating some of our programming through the flood. And so we are looking forward to on scaffolding that partnership to look at other opportunities.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. We're going to move to Councillor Deal.
And scaffolding, I like that. Thanks. I'm glad that Councillor Meggs asked around the public realm and the underutilized spaces program. Just two questions for me. One of them is around getting people to talk to strangers. You talked a lot about interactions and sharing. And as, you know, if a classroom of kids shows up, then they have activities where they talk to each other. But how do we get strangers to talk to each other? I mean, I'm aware of like public art installations at a large festival where they're interactive and multiple people need to work on it at the same time without being able to speak to each other because they're too far apart. So that kind of thing that forces people to find inventive ways of having to collaborate with strangers is something that interests me.
Some of our most popular programs are the programs where people do have an opportunity to connect with and talk with people. So our book clubs and our discussion groups, our ESL conversation circles and programs like that are smaller programs, more intimate, and more approachable and engaging, have been enormously popular. And so this plan will seek to build on those, as well as to provide more intentional opportunities to talk about some of the really pressing issues that matter to this region and to Canada as a whole.
I could just add to that as well. I think those opportunities happen in ways that touch the other parts of our plan, like around digital inclusion, our programs that bring teens and seniors together. Not only do they meet new people, but they're also transferring intergenerational knowledge. And likewise, the reading buddies that have teens read to younger children also does that stranger-to-stranger interaction thing, but also does the early learning literacy development that we talk about as one of the literacies we focus on.
All right, yeah, I think I'm also interested in things that are like challenges like geocaching or board game, you know, things that actually have people interacting in different ways. Anyway, thanks, and that's just something I'm interested in. My last question is just when 2020 comes, how do you know if you've reached your goals?
One other thing I could just add to the former, we do have other types of meet and greet events or kind of social events that engage people in the community. So for example, we have game nights in Mount Pleasant that are enormously popular, and many of our branches actually do loan board games, and they're used inside the branches as well. So that's very successful. In terms of how we know we are going to be successful, one of the exciting things about this plan that we're all really looking forward to is that we have built into this plan key performance indicators for each of the outcome areas, and that was something that Amanda Petrie-Hayes brought to us from her work here at the city. So we're delighted to have that. So in this plan, we have for each of the outcome areas, we have these KPIs that we will be measuring over the life of the plan.
Thanks, this is awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. That was great. And the plan, it sounds super exciting. I have just a few questions. One was around the open space. Councillor Meggs already asked that because it's, you know, they're downtown spaces, and so it's great to, it would be great to see them more animated. Now, although I do love the rallies that happen there too, that's good. Inside the atrium, I noticed that at times you have things like just there's some displays and people putting up, you know, poster boards, and sometimes there's book sales. I think that those really work to kind of bring people together, and I'm wondering if you have maybe a more concerted plan in the future to expand on that.
Yes, thank you for recognizing those. Those types of information fairs. Club days is something that we had recently. The multicultural services fair, job fairs really do animate that space. During some of our cultural days, we have a variety of different performances. We've had Bhangra dancing in the atrium before. That was enormously popular. Chinese opera, for example, as well. So it is something that we're very interested in doing, is animating that atrium more.
Excellent. I also know that a while ago, I found that there were spaces in the library that you could rent for meetings, for small meetings, and those kinds of spaces are at a premium in the city, especially affordable spaces. So do you still keep your prices fairly affordable for those small spaces and rent them out?
Yeah, so we have two different policies for our branch spaces and our central library spaces. So our branch meeting rooms are available for free to not-for-profit community groups. So they can just sign up and book them. For for-profit community groups or for private events, we do charge a not-for-profit, or sorry, a for-profit rental rate, but it's very affordable. And then at the central library, yes, our meeting rooms are all available for booking by community organizations. We have some smaller meeting rooms that can be booked for free within the library space, and then we have our conference center rooms that can be booked for a fee, and that they are kept very affordable. We are one of the most affordable spaces in the downtown core.
I think that's really important. It is often very hard for community groups to find those kinds of meeting spaces, and it's a great place to have, and so accessible at the same time. It's good that way. My third question is around the success of your facilities and programs, such as the Innovation Lab. Now, you know, I hear a lot about it, but I've toured it. Is it pretty packed? Like, is it hard to get time booked in to some of those labs?
It really depends on the type of service. So I would say that it is very busy, but there is still room for us to accept new users. So I don't have the exact data, but if I were going to hunch it, I would probably hunch around 60%, 65% utilization, which is very good given the 9% awareness that the community has of it. And so we do plan to really try to get the word out more because we do have capacity, but our programming is packed. When you walk in every day, you'll see a number of the reporting rooms. Sometimes all of them are full, often all of them are full, and we have classes on the go, people digitizing, people creating content.
And I know people who have gone in person. I know people who've gone in as groups. Yeah. So it's a fun one thing, either in a family or a group, to go in. And the children's programs, you're still offering the children's programs. There's some reading ones, and but those always seem to be packed.
Do you mean children's programming in general or
Yes.
In the lab? Yes,
No,
absolutely.
not in the lab, I mean in
Yeah,
general.
just in general, yes. Our programming for children's services is extensive, and there's waiting lists for, not waiting lists so much, but sorry, they're oversubscribed, so we
Yes.
often have to turn people away in branches and at the central library in terms of demand.
Yeah, that would be a good thing too. If you have the space as you move forward, certainly downtown, it's just, you know, we are getting more families, and we are getting more families downtown in particular. So it's a good thing to be exploring.
Yeah, that's certainly something that we've seen over the last 20 years. Is the Children's Library was originally designed to serve as a kind of a center for excellence for early childhood education in the library system and to support the services to the branches because all the kids were in the neighborhoods. But over the last 20 years, we've seen a huge growth of families living in the downtown area, and they're coming into the central library for that service. And in some cases, families that are, it's so busy at places like Mount Pleasant and Joe Fortes that they're taking the extra distance to get to the central library to attend the programs there.
Great. Okay. Thank you, and well done.
Thanks. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much, and thank you for this strategic plan. It really is significant, and I just wanted to, of course, reiterate with everyone the amount of work that has been put into this, I know, and the dedication of the board. It really never ceases to amaze me when I'm at the board meeting how engaged everyone and how everyone takes everything so personally for the best library possible. One of the things, though, that you've raised, which I have asked about before, is the fact that so many people don't know in the city about all of the services, and that really is a shame because I think if people knew exactly how much there was, they just don't think that way. So how do we get that message out? What's the way? How do we advertise?
Yeah, it's an ongoing challenge for us. We do have quite active social media presence and try to get the word out through our networks at the branch level as well as central. We do really need to take a look at our promotions expend and see if there's some way for us to allocate internally to spend a bit more than that. We're very frugal in that area, and I think we need to finally take a look at that.
Yeah, I would think that's really important, that we're not going to change much unless we put some money in.
Exactly, and we really want to be able to maximize the use of this asset by the community. So getting the word out will ensure that more people are using it, which really impacts the return on investment for the city in the long run.
We have a new finance chair here now at City Hall, so possibly we can. The past chair was difficult. Thank you.
I think Councillor Stevenson's done, so we'll move on to Councillor Louis.
I think under my tenure as finance chair, we had the biggest expansion of library services ever. So over to you, Councillor Deal. But I do think it does require some investment, and we continue to want to make that investment, and you've done a good job, I think, of highlighting some of the services. One of the services recently that was expanded, the Sun Life music instrument lending, was fantastic. I particularly was pleased to see that. And there's a music instrument drive coming later this year. Have you set that date yet?
We conducted the musical instrument drive just after the launch, and we received over 100 instruments donated to the library. So they're just in the process of being reviewed by Long and McQuaid now to see what we can add into the collection.
Okay, yeah. But you'll be doing that again, I'm assuming.
We haven't planned it, but it should be something that we do again and do regularly.
Okay. A question in regards to something a little more familiar: books. There's a limit of 50 reserves in a year.
Yes.
And I've had a complaint, not a complaint,
yes.
Just it's a great service, but when you get to 50, and it's quite amazing for me because I don't read 50 books a year, but somebody I know does, what can be done when they get to August, September, and they've reached their maximum. Is there any thoughts on refreshing that? These are obviously, and I'm assuming she's not the only one, but what can be done?
So we do hear about this frequently from very regular users, and it's very frequent. That partway through the year, people start to hit that 50 limit. For us, it's really been about offsetting workload and the costs of processing those holds. Our staff use their judgment. So if they're working with a family or someone that's living with low income or really constrained financial circumstances, then they'll negotiate something in terms of waiving the extra hold fees. We did do an analysis a number of years ago on what would the financial impact on our revenue be if we remove the hold fees, and it was significant. And so at that point, we just didn't have a good enough solution to what we could reduce costs, what we could do to reduce our costs in order to remove that holds fee. And I would say now we're still in that same boat. We'd have to reduce somewhere else to remove the holds fee. It was significant in terms of our budget. I don't have the exact number right now, but my recollection is that, you know what, I can send you the council the number.
It's not about removing, but if you move to 60, 75.
Yeah, it's possibly. So it is something that we're looking at again. Do we need to increase it? Do we need to offer some other type of service, maybe offer an opportunity for people to buy holds in a group but pay a lower cost or something like that at that point. So it is up for review again by the board this year.
I've done my job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louie. And that is it for questions from Council. Thank you very much for all of for your presentation today, but all of your work and service, Ms. Baum. It's good to see you here supporting the new chair, and it's great to see some new leadership, but sad to see you stepping down as chair. So, yeah. Okay, so that is VPL's 2020 strategic plan. So we're on the last item on the agenda, which is the new city Wordmark. We have Miss Rena Kendall-Creighton here, who is our Director of Corporate Communications. Miss Kendall-Creighton, did you have anything you wanted to preface with? I'm guessing if you have a short presentation or any information for us, councillors who have questions could go on the queue. Okay, starting with Councillor DeGenova.
Can we at least see the logos up? Can we have them up in a presentation?
The report, it's in the report or appended to the...
But is there no presentation?
We did not prepare a presentation, Council, but we prepared the materials in the report.
Yeah, it is quite well laid out in the rather lengthy report. So maybe we could just take a recess so everybody can get their reports.
Oh, I have mine.
Okay. Okay, so everybody's got their reports handy. So Councillor DeGenova, did you have questions for staff?
Yes, I do. I've had a number of people from the public reach out to us. In fact, many of them today have sent us in their own versions of logos. So I'm just wondering what type of consultation did we engage the public on the new logo to make sure it was inclusive of what Vancouver is and stands for?
We didn't consult them directly on the logo per se. So a number of years ago, I think 3 years ago, we did a brand finance, a comparison of our brand standing against international brands. And in that, we understood what were the qualities that differentiated us against international standards. So that was the international piece. We were as you are, in constant contact with the public with respect to how they see the city. So we took kind of some of the strength of the themes that we had and started looking at refreshing the image. We knew we were driven from the innovation economy presentation, June the 28th, which outlined we should consider as part of the innovation economy quick starts, review the brand and look at it in terms of looking forward, like becoming a more forward, modern, kind of refreshed image.
Okay. I'll ask a number of questions at once because I'm not sure if I'll get through them. We had that issue earlier. My first question would, and I'll just ask them all and then perhaps you can answer them all, and if not, I'll go back on the queue. I am wondering why a font that is a Gotham font, and I actually did it myself last night. I opened up a Word document and I made a logo that looked almost exactly like this logo, and I certainly wouldn't have charged $8,000 for it. So I know that there certainly have been critics regarding that, but we've just recently raised taxes. We've said that we're in a crisis. Why are we spending $8,000 on this? I'd also like to know, with 30 people in communications, why we didn't do this in-house. All of our presentations, I understand, that come to us that have fantastic graphic designs are done in-house. So I'm concerned about that. And then my last question, really, because I think that's all I'll get in 5 minutes, is how much is this going to cost in the long run? Like, for instance, I live very close to one of the Welcome to the City of Vancouver signs. It's the old logo. So what's the rollout going to be, and the cost of rebranding all of those signs, all of our stationery, business cards, everything? What's the total envelope cost here?
Okay. Starting from the top. The ease of creating a brand is not just selecting the font, it's identifying what are the qualities that you want to support. We wanted it to be fresh, modern, humble. We wanted to create something that that would work for us better on small screens and in social channels. The old Wordmark had the lotus blossom, and when you shrunk it down, it just became a bit of a more difficult to differentiate that this was Vancouver. So we have created a social font, which you may not have seen yet. That's underway as well, which will be much more distinctive and much more aggressive and identify it's the City of Vancouver. So we wanted to do that. We wanted to reflect kind of our practicality, the confidence, the simplicity, and the optimism. But so it was a process rather than a selection of a font. It was looking at, because we played with a lot of options. The company came back to us with probably originally about maybe 8 to 14 different iterations using different colors, using different applications. And we kept winnowing it down, and we got down to 3, and this was the one that stood out for us and gave us the most flexibility, because that's the other thing. We're looking at putting this Wordmark adjacent to all of the sub-brands. There are approximately 18 sub-brands at the city, and matching those up so that.
And cost overall?
I'm sorry.
Cost overall for
and
logos and everything, stationery.
So we haven't costed out the overall rollout because we thought that it was more prudent to look at a rollout where you phased in where people were at the end of life with whatever their product was they were using, business cards for a start, and we would gradually roll them over, and it would be incorporated into that change instead of going, you're right, whole hog and rebranding everything, which is quite an astounding cost. You're right.
Okay, Councillor Affleck. And Council, just to clarify a point that was made, and I've tried to emphasize this, you have as much time as you need to ask the questions you need to make up your mind to vote. And as afforded to Councillor DiGenova earlier, you just only get it in 5-minute chunks because there are other councillors waiting behind you. Councillor Affleck.
Madam Chair, you've been in the business, private sector and now the public sector for quite for a couple of years. The process of doing logo is quite an emotional one, as you've already probably seen in some of the public response to this is not particularly positive, I think, so far, that I've certainly that we've seen via email. What kind of consultation did you do with any of the public, anybody outside your office as part of this process?
We didn't do a public consultation on the logo.
I know that
we're doing public consultation on other aspects of the identity of Vancouver.
Miss Kendall Creighton, I'm sorry, do you mind moving closer to the microphone? Sorry, thank you.
We're currently doing a public process around the innovation economy piece of it to fit together. So no, this particular piece did not have a public consultation.
Is that, I mean, because it's such a touchy subject, and I know that other towns like Chilliwack, for example, went through quite a process for their logo, which is quite similar to this one, which is interesting. Why that wasn't discussed within the communications department as something that would be possible, and why that would not have come to us as a discussion point. I know $8,000 is not a huge amount of money in the overall budget, and you have the authority to spend that money, I'm sure, within your budgets. But did the discussion of the process ever come up within the communications department? So this is something to engage the community and get them excited about it and part of the process?
Councillor Affleck, the city manager had a response.
Did you want to respond? I didn't mean to interject. I'm happy to jump in. We did talk about it, Councillor. Really, the issue we were having was on social media, particularly in the way that this Wordmark is represented. So we didn't want to go through a massive rebranding effort and a massive, that's when costs really do go up. And so what we were trying to do is to refresh the Wordmark so that we could use it more flexibly. What we found, we were kind of starting to do that already, taking the Lotus off. And so what we wanted to do is to make sure that the way that we were doing it made sense from a perspective of how it fits in with our brand, and then change it through council. In 2006 or 5, when the last time this was done, there wasn't a broad process either. So what we were trying to do here is not a massive rebranding, but really to refresh the Wordmark so that we could use it more broadly in social media formats. So that's definitely an abbreviated process, and it was not a citywide branding effort. That would cost considerably more.
Well, yes, but, you know, with all due respect, you're a city manager, which is great. You've got your skills. Here we have a very experienced communications person, you know, with years of experience in the private sector as well, which I think is important. So your logo is an important part of a brand, is it not? When you're developing a brand for a company? And don't companies take that very seriously in the private sector when you change your logo, even if? And so I guess that's my concern, is that the response we're getting, while I know you're calling it a Wordmark, not a logo, and that I understand the goals that you had was very specific, more pragmatic perhaps, but do you think that the people in the city, the residents, perhaps perceive this, that the logo or our name is an important part of who we are and what it represents as a city? And they would like to be a part of that process.
It is a process.
Ms. Kendall,
Coming
sorry.
to consensus would be certainly one of the great challenges of
yes,
our
well,
time.
welcome to our world.
When I look at other cities, great cities and modern cities, and their process, some of them have involved a public process, some of them haven't. And so we were looking at what could we do that wouldn't cost a lot of money, that we could kind of cleanly land on something, and then we could add to it and modify it and add like a brand hierarchy underneath it as another phase so that we could elaborate on it. It really is driven by the online and digital realm for us now, because so many of our products now exist within that frame, and that's primarily where we communicate. And not even Twitter anymore, really more Facebook. So, I mean, it's an interesting, I'd love to hear of a successful public process that everyone agreed, or at least
yes, decision by committee on a creative, I understand you're saying is challenging for sure, but I guess there is certainly, I think, and I don't think anybody would disagree that we're all receiving the same emails.
Councillor Affleck, you're at time, but did you have another question?
No, that's it,
Okay.
but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Most of my questions have been asked and answered, which have to do with the costs and the rollout, although it's in the report. Some of the extra costs and plans around rollout, that's all, that you've answered all those questions. My question is really around the timing. What is it that prompted us? You mentioned sort of the innovation economy sort of sector, but is there some particular reason why now makes sense?
Well, as I said, we're moving more to a digital online presence. So we were finding that the brand really, the identity wasn't working for us, being squashed down to smaller screens on phone screens and in Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, etc. So we're looking at different formats, what could kind of give us a really clean, punchy identification that it's the city of Vancouver, because I think we share with you and the public the enormous pride in the sense of place and why it's important that the city of Vancouver be dignified and unique in its mark. And I think that there's a lot of discussion about what it means to have, Gotham over other, but having those words, they mean something. They mean something really important. It's the city of Vancouver. It's not just any name, it's ours. And it's our representation of our services and the people who work for us and with us. So I think that it deserves certainly a healthy public debate, but I think that at some point you have to say, let's move forward. The innovation economy presentation specifically spoke to a quick start would be examining the brand and leveraging it as part of the innovation economy. So we took that as part of the direction to look at the brand, and we looked at what other cities were doing. And one of, you maybe have seen it in your research, Amsterdam or Boston, or there are a number of cities in North America who have recently in the last year rebranded, and a lot of it has to do with a kind of very clean, fresh approach. Now, granted, some of them have looked at color iterations, et cetera, but we wanted to stay true to the Vancouver colors. We felt that was still a very strong identity. By the way, the brand finance research that was done 3 years ago identified that the stickiest and most important quality of our identity, which distinguished us from 6 other international cities, was the greenest city. And so we really wanted to stay true to that. That's why there's no red.
I absolutely noticed that you flipped the colors and the city is now in green. So I've already made note of that. And so that makes sense to me. Just one other question, which arose out of your answer to Councillor Affleck's question around other cities. You said that some have pursued a public process, others didn't. Do you think that there was any particular outcomes of cities that produced a rebrand or a new logo or whatever through a public process that?
One of the ones that I was most struck with was I Am Amsterdam, which we looked at, and that came out of the fact that they were struggling with a negative image. We didn't have that challenge for us to solve. So they were trying to change the view that Amsterdam was all about marijuana cafes and the red light district. So they really wanted to take it and turn it around. So they had a rather aggressive view at it, and they came at it with the I Am Amsterdam, which became a reflection of all the identities of all the public. So for them, that was a very reflective process of who they wanted to be. It was aspiration.
And this is not my field of communications and design and all those kinds of things, but is there something particular about the dropping of a symbol, whether the lotus or, I didn't even know it was a lotus. I knew it was something, but anyway, flowery. The dropping of that to simplify it in conjunction with those other agencies like Park Board, etc. You have a whole list of them in this report, and I noticed that they tend to have, together, it's quite complicated. So is this to simplify it in order to make it sort of more unified for those sub logos, those departments or other agencies?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
What I refer to as proximity. So we have these relationships with other organizations, and sometimes they have mottos or they have images attached to them. And being simpler helps us kind of with how it looks and how it settles on the page. But yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Robertson, did you have questions?
Prepared to move a motion.
Councillor DiGenova, did you have more questions? Okay, Councillor DiGenova still needs more information in order to vote, so I will turn her timer back on.
I'm just wondering what the RFP process was for the company that was selected to do this, and if in the RFP process you looked at competitive quotes for cost.
Yes, so I had 11 companies identified. I think we went out to 8, and we got back 8 proposals. We ranked and rated the companies and ended up going with Hangar 18.
Okay, and they were chosen based on?
They were essentially the lowest There were others that were more expensive, but it was mostly their work that we were quite interested in.
Another question that I have is why wouldn't we have, you had talked about the lotus flower, why wouldn't we have looked at maybe incorporating other Vancouver symbols such as,
Yes.
I mean, I want to,
Councillor DeGenova, as with,
I didn't ask my question. I haven't
but
finished.
the point of this exercise is to get information, and Ms. Kendall Creighton has some, so let's hear that, and then perhaps you could finish the rest of your question.
I'd like to finish my question.
I am saying that it is Ms. Kendall Creighton's turn to offer whatever information she has. Sure, if that's a point of order, I'd refer you to, okay, so Ms. Kendall Creighton, if you'd like to answer, and then we'll hear the next question.
If I understood your question correctly, we did entertain the idea of adding color and other symbols into the Vancouver. So we looked at filling out the O in the middle because it sits actually at the midpoint. We looked at ways to kind of add other identities, but we ended up thinking this would allow us, it was the simplest, and then we could add something later on if we wanted to. We could elaborate on the center, or we could add something as a sub-brand.
That was not my exact question. I was going to talk more specifically, especially, and I know that it's something that Councillor Reimer actually spearheaded to bring to the council chambers here, but looking at sort of our Aboriginal history in the city, water or mountains, not just filling in a piece of a symbol or a graphic, really bringing something to the logo that showed Vancouver, as I see with many other city logos.
I think there's a lot of potential for that. And we did look at some point of something that was in the First Nations area. And as this is Canada 150 plus this year in Vancouver, that is certainly part of our considerations going forward.
So then a follow-up question to that would be, will this logo be changed or will it be modified? You had mentioned it's in the considerations. Is this the Wordmark that will be with us for life of, I mean, working for a marketing company before 8 to 9 years is usually the longest lifespan that a company usually keeps a logo. So are we looking at this logo or are we looking at changing this logo and adding to it? And if so, how often?
At the moment, we're looking at, this is the logo, the Wordmark. And with Canada 150 plus, we have a mark as well. So we'll look at if there's an opportunity to do something that is more complementary, we'll look at that, but this is the Wordmark for consideration.
Okay, and then I'm just a little bit troubled by not understanding the amount of money and the rollout. So you had mentioned when the life of certain things have, like for instance, I just want to state right now, I don't need a new binder. I'll be fine to keep my binder with this city logo or a Wordmark, but when it comes to the signs at the entryways to the city, will those immediately be changed? Will the signs on the building, I mean, what is the immediate rollout for the new Wordmark?
The immediate rollout is digital assets first. So the website and all of our digital iterations, everything from the PowerPoint templates that you see being produced for presentations, those will all roll out almost immediately. We have that in the queue. Secondarily, we have all of the other things, the signages, like we're not changing the carpet where it reads City of Vancouver yet. As it comes to the end of its life, that is what would be considered. But you did mention the entryway to Vancouver big signs. Those are very expensive signs. I would like to consider that. It's not in the budget for this year, but you're right.
Do you know what the cost of each of those signs is?
I do know the cost.
And could you enlighten me as to what the cost of?
I think they're about $25,000 a piece.
And how many do we have currently?
I think we have 6.
6. So we'd be looking at $150,000 for that. And you'd want to roll those out all at the same time?
Not necessarily.
No, Ms. Kendall Creighton actually just said that it wasn't in the budget for this year, but perhaps the city manager.
I didn't say now. I said at the same time. Could be in 3 years.
Thanks. I just wanted to be clear and reiterate what Rena has said, which is that our plan at this point is for new materials, new brochure or posters, things that are new coming down the line would get changed. We don't have any plans to change out any existing product, whether it's a sign or the sides, the logos on vehicles. We don't have plans to expend money to do that. We really are just looking at using this for what comes out. And that would be part of a broader conversation if we were to talk about the signs to the entrance to Vancouver or other new expenditures. We'd want to talk to council about that and include it in the budget process.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the disruptions in my questions. They happen every second committee meeting.
Thanks.
Sorry, are you done your questions, Councillor DiGenova?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so that's it for questions. So let's go to the main queue. Mayor Robertson. Oh, I'm just going to clear the queue because you were not on. Okay, sorry, there we go. Okay, Mayor Robertson, and then it was Councillor Affleck, I think, and DiGenova. Okay, there we go.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to staff for the work on this front. Appreciate the, I appreciate what's come forward. I'm going to move the motion that we go forward with this new Wordmark, effectively a new logo for the city. I personally like this. I think it's bolder and brighter and cleaner. I think it will serve our city well. For the immediate future in particular, I think it's really important to see this shift in terms of the digital presence, which is increasingly where people encounter our city and our brand. So I think it's important to have done this quickly and cost effectively. In my branding background, this is a very inexpensive project for what we're getting. I think it's a massive improvement over our current logo, particularly on the digital front, I think where it's going to be seen first and foremost. I like that it actually does tie in quite closely to the 2010 Games logo, the Wordmark that 2010 Games had for Vancouver. It wasn't something that the city developed at the time, but this actually does look similar to that. So an image that a billion people saw around the world some years ago and really helped propel our city onto the world stage in many ways. So I appreciate the efforts to do this cost effectively, and I think it does serve us well going forward. I'm interested in your points, Ms. Kendall-Creighton, about working with First Nations on this. I think given it's the 150th year and we are 150 plus city reconciliation work with the First Nations, I think it would be a good exercise to explore working with the First Nations on signage and recognizing their territory in particular, which we do in council, which we have recognized as unceded. You wouldn't know that from any signage around the city, but I think we'll look to that conversation down the line. For now, I think the focus really has to be on improving our look online and digitally with this bolder and brighter logo. So I think it's a good solid next step, and look forward to seeing it representing the city. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think this is challenging. When you, and I think staff, and I think I addressed this in my questions, logos and word marks are very emotional things. And in the private sector, a client has a very emotional attachment to their logo. If you are an agency and you go to a client, and I have some experience in this, and simply change their logo without talking to the client, generally the client won't be very happy. And I think that's what we're facing right now. We have a significant number of emails in the last 24 hours with people who are very upset about this. It might be because they don't trust the process, or they don't like the logo, or for whatever reasons, that we are getting significant input now from people in Vancouver who live in Vancouver, who live the brand every day, who are upset about this. I think that while I respect staff's desire and to look at our brand and freshen up our brand, I think that process has to be done transparently, and I believe with public input. I get, and I of course appreciate the minimal cost this was, but My preference would be to have had staff come back with a report of about a process and with costing attached to that and how the public might get involved in this. I see this whole process as potentially could have been inspirational in Vancouver to people, to get them to embrace City Hall and understand what we're doing here. And I know that's a bigger process, but right now I think there's a significant amount of concern about what goes on here at City Hall. And this could have been a very positive process that we could have done with the residents of this city and turned it into a really great thing for us to do together with the residents. Unfortunately, we have been presented with the logo fully completed with the book on how it will be used internally. We have no idea really of the costs over the next several years of what that will be. We have some rough numbers and we know that that process will happen organically, but it's going to be over time into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, absolutely, to change everything that we have. While it will be built into budgets that departments currently have, it still is an extra cost that we haven't planned for or potentially approved. So for those many reasons, I can't support this. I think that we could have simply taken off the icon on the logo that we have and all would be well, and staff could have easily used the font that we have on social media and digital media as they need. I think that this has been an unfortunate process that I think has upset a lot of people in the city, and I think we have to put the brakes on it and not move forward with this at this point. So I won't support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Councillor DeGenova.
I'm sure it won't be a surprise that I will not be supporting this either. I think that the new Wordmark, I mean, regardless of the fact that there hasn't been consultation on this, I think we had the time to do consultation. There's no urgency. I can understand that we are celebrating Canada 150, but we're already here we're already here almost in March now. So I think that if we were to have embarked on this for Canada's 150th, we should have done this over a year ago. I also feel that we probably should have not only consulted the public, but gone out to them and asked them their ideas, not just showed them what our ideas were. You know, it's something that you see with the Vancouver Police Department when they have a new dog or a new horse. They ask for names. They ask the public how they feel about it, to have input on the matter. And as has been said by other councillors, we certainly have received many emails. Today, I've received emails with free logos that have been sent to us. Now, I'm only interpreting them myself, but I'm saying that there seems to be a missed opportunity here. I'm also very concerned about the cost. Although it might not be this year, it'll be another year. And what message are we sending? We just raised taxes in 48 hours, an extra 0.5%, and we told the people of Vancouver, property owners, that we needed money to deal with the opioid crisis here in Vancouver. And now we go and frivolously spend $8,000 on a font that I can find on my computer right here. I'm not in any way saying that that there isn't value in moving forward with a redesign of a logo. But if we're going to do that, I think it should have been a timed approach where we actually did budget for it. We budgeted for an entire rollout before we just decided that we're going to adopt the layout, which is what we're doing here today. I would expect that it would come forward in the next budget process. We would look at how that would roll out, maybe in the capital plan as we move forward with signage for some of the city landmarks, with the signs for the entryways to Vancouver. And I feel that it will, over time, be very expensive. That being said, it's about optics as well. And the optics of that are that we have just raised taxes in a city that has been named the third least affordable city to live in the world. And here we are today spending $8,000, not on grants this morning. We could have put this money into grants. And I'm told when I ask staff to report back in a motion that, you know, those are pennies that I shouldn't be wasting of staff's time. But here we're spending $8,000 to, as one person said to CTV News, their 8-year-old child could have created this. So You know, art is in the eye of the beholder. It's not about how I feel about the actual logo or the word mark. I feel that our staff did an excellent job in going out and vetting the company and going through an RFP process. I was quite happy to hear that. But that being said, I don't feel that it's the right time. I don't feel that we are spending our money prudently here. And I feel that it certainly sends a message to the taxpayers of Vancouver who just faced another increase. And with increased fees and taxes, it's about a 5% bump for each of them, to now see us go out and do all of this rebranding. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting it. And I would hope that my other fellow councillors, especially those who have said that we should be putting every dollar and every ounce of what we have here at the City of Vancouver into solving problems such as homelessness, such as the opioid crisis, that we would instead take this $8,000 and spend it on that and just be okay with our logo for a little while. When it comes to, you know, I look within myself when it comes to sort of budgeting and looking at how things work, and this was written to me in an email today by another individual. I think it's important to state that, you know, there's things that we may want to do, but we may not be able to afford to do them all right away. And I think that this is something that certainly could be referred. It could be moved to another date where we possibly had more funding to do it, or where a new logo was donated to us. But for those reasons, I certainly cannot be supporting this today, but I thank staff for answering all of my questions.
Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, I really like the change of the city being in green. It kind of fits with where I'm out on the city and its future. I never did understand what that little squirrely little thing was in the corner, but I didn't know that it was a lotus, so thanks for that information, but I'm not in any way beholden to it. I like the simplicity, but more than that, I think this is just a practical decision. We've been informed by our staff that that little funny logo thing doesn't do well in online media and communications, and that's where this world is heading. So am I happy to see a recommendation come forward that makes us present better in the internet and online media than we have been? Of course, especially when the cost was $7,000. And let me remind Council, we've already spent that money. That was on a consultant that was hired through a due process, and that money's gone. So what I also like is that this is a modest rollout. This is not a wholesale, huge, change in the complete brand of the city, where we dump all of our materials and we, get new ones. And that's what some corporations do go through in organizations. No, this is a modest suggestion that we roll it out as we, move through former supplies. We replace with new supplies with the new logo on it. Finally, I just want to respond to the comments made by several councillors about engagement of citizens in this particular process of determining a new Wordmark logo idea, and remind Councillor Affleck that he had said earlier, committee decisions of creative products is normally not a good idea. It's extremely, extremely difficult. However, if that were to happen, I think there's a far better idea around which to make it happen. As I think all of you know around the council table, I'm a big proponent of the city pursuing an actual citizen-based citywide plan. And if that were to happen and our citizens were engaged in that process and really came together around the production of that plan, an outcome might be some new branding around the city, because the citizens would already be engaged in that holistic thinking about the city. But as it is, I think this is just a very simple, practical solution being offered by staff to a problem that has become apparent in the digital world of our communications.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the new Wordmark for a number of reasons. After listening to some of the comments and the debates, I'm reminded of the time when we all got VCRs. Do you remember that? And one of the great things about VCR is you were able to record a TV program and then fast forward through all the commercials. And it was great because you didn't have to look at Burger King or anything until Burger King got smart and changed their word mark and it had a big, bold font. And then when you're fast forwarding, you still saw Burger King through the fast forward. Well, this is exactly what's happening now. We've moved towards the digital economy, the digital world, and our old little word mark does squish down. It doesn't look right. And I was also looking at my other employer, the University of British Columbia, and I'm looking at their logo and wordmark guidelines, and they recently changed ours at UBC. These guidelines define the relationship of the elements in order to communicate across print, digital, and environmental channels in a powerful and consistent manner. And that's what they're trying to do as well. And very much the UBC report actually looks very much like ours in many ways, looking at when to use the logo, when not to, the word marks, for example. And I even remember when I first got elected in 2008, our business cards had a different thing on it, I guess, logo. And then it changed and nobody complained. And then when I got fatter, I wanted a different picture. I wanted the thinner one, and nobody complained about that either. But it was done. It was done when I used up all the other cards, and it didn't cost a cent more in order to print new ones when the time came. So it's a very prudent approach. You know, as things wear out and get changed, you do it. I still have 4 versions of business cards from the University of British Columbia, and you know, they're all good. Nobody thinks, but I think going consistently, especially for digital media, is very important. It certainly is a way when my kids or somebody's looking at the phone and they're showing me something. In fact, people have said to me, looking at some of the banners when we support something, oh, it's the City of Vancouver logo is very small, it's kind of a washed out green and blue, it was difficult to see. Didn't really punch up the fact that we were major contributors to some big events. This way, people will know that the City of Vancouver has been a big contributor and absolutely know what we're going to do. So I think it's very prudent to do this. It's nothing, you know, some of the complaints I'm hearing from various folks, well, you know, it's when I got the VCR for the first time, I thought the whole world had changed. And now we've got all this digital stuff and it's got to change again. So get with the program. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Councillor Jang. I'd actually forgotten what a VCR is, so thanks for the reminder on that. You know, as it happens, I am a trained graphic designer, and I cannot imagine a universe in which you would want a graphic designer voting on a logo. And I guess that brings me to the main point I'd make, which I think this is the second time in 24 hours that Councillor Affleck and I have agreed, maybe 30 hours. I just don't think Wordmark should come to committees. It's, I would never take a job as a graphic designer that involved the process that we are going through right now, nor would the graphic designer ethics guide suggest that this was a good idea. So I feel that in confidence of I'm not voting for a word mark or the rollout of a word mark, which is actually what's in front of us, but voting in confidence of the staff and their ability to appropriately lead this process to meet the needs that were identified. To that end, I would remind Council that back in June 28th, 2016, we all sat through a report. I watched the tape of it last night because I was a bit surprised by some of the surprise that some councillors were showing, in which staff clearly outlined that they would be doing this work and putting it out to RFP, and people expressed support, and that did not at the time suggest that a large-scale consultative process was an appropriate next step. And I appreciate hindsight can bring different thoughts to one's mind, but to say that as we laid it out for staff, they have completed the task that we put before them. Having a word mark that is legible online seems like an appropriate next step for the city, and I will say I'm not a big fan of Optima, which is our current font. It was designed to be neither serif nor sans serif, and thus completely inoffensive and just as bland as humanly possible. So since that, to me, if I have to choose between that or the thing in front of me, which is what the choice is, I will take the thing in front of me. So thank you to staff for your work on this. Any final comments, Mayor Robertson?
Just a very brief comment at the end. I appreciate all the comments made. I think that there's a very simple choice that we're making here. Do we keep a lame logo forever here? It's been 10 years, it clearly isn't doing its job anymore. And I think many would say it never really did its job as a bland and logo with a squiggly bit on it that doesn't mean anything to many people. So we have an opportunity to make a change here. Should we be spending a lot of money and a lot of time figuring that out? Given all the other challenges we have, I think the answer to that is no. And I thank staff for bringing forward a good, solid logo to go forward with that was cost effective and that will, I think, represent Vancouver very well. So I think there's much ado about nothing here. I think it's better to have made a good choice and upgraded our logo, refreshed it for what we got to do next. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Robertson. With that, I will invite everyone to make their way to the voting screen. Okay, we have 9 councillors who were in the chambers at the time the vote occurred. 7 of them were in favor. Sorry. We have 9 members of council who were in the chambers at the time the vote occurred. 7 of them were in favor. 2 were opposed to the rollout. That is Councillors Affleck and Councillor DiGenova. So the motion does pass. That is the conclusion of our business on this committee agenda. So I will adjourn committee and pass it over to Mayor Robertson for the council meeting portion.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And we will now convene in regular council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meetings. Madam Clerk, maybe you have the roll call, please.
Mayor Robertson is in the chair. Councillor Louis.
Yes.
Councillor Stevenson.
Here.
Councillor Deal.
Here.
Councillor Jang.
Here.
Councillor Reimer. Here. Councillor Meigs. Here. Councillor Ball is on medical leave. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. Here. And Councillor DiGenova. You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations. Moved by Councillor Jang, a seconder. Councillor Stevenson, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And we need a motion to adjourn. Moved and a seconder for that. Seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. This council meeting is adjourned, and we will go immediately into in-camera meeting, which will be very brief, I'm told.